You know, I have to wonder if any of you would have been banned if New Frontier didn't let it be known that he was around. Because I turned on the timer and I was wondering if I'd have to walk back in and ban anybody. But quite civilized. Very proud of you, chat. Not sure if New saved you or not, but very, very proud of you. That's what we like to see. Hello, everybody. I need to pull up the sniper. How are you all doing? Don't worry, the top 15 list will come back up on screen. Hope everyone's doing okay. I dropped by Sideshow and Shio's streams earlier. Shio practicing his League of Legends. In case, I don't know. I don't even know if he's part of the Dono Go for Sideshow's League of Legends. I mean, he might just be streaming it as his part of the Donate-a-thon? What do we even call those? I don't know. Pretty sure Brent said he took 2 edibles and got messaged by Kurt to do the top 10, and so he did. There's no shot. The worst part is that sounds totally realistic. So I don't even know what to think. I mean, no, I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm not. No, we're not gonna dive into Bren's rabbit hole today. Although paper thins, I am curious because here's the thing with me, chat. I can totally see why paper thin had like every individual that he had, and other than, quite frankly, this is going to sound weird to say as a historical Buzz super fan, but other than Buzz, I would even say that in a vacuum I can understand why paper thin had like people in the positions that he had, like not relatively speaking. But then, like, you look at the whole list, and I'm like, because here's the thing. For me personally, and again, maybe we're just looking at different things. I don't know. We won't know because he can't defend himself. But to me, Buzz doesn't make my list because I think I would be rating what's left in the tank for him if I had put him anywhere in my top 15. Right? But if that's the case, like, paper thin had Saucy at number 1, right? So it's like, well, I don't know. It seems like you are counting like Legacy pretty largely. So it was weird. That last shout out is diabolical. I mean, the thing is that here's the thing. I actually wonder. I mean, I don't think mine would have been that different. Maybe one or two names would have been different. If I had done like a top 100 or even top, well, 100 is probably too much. I mean, like a top, let's say if I did a top like 25, maybe one or two names would have been like different, right? Maybe I would have brought it just because like the moment you do a top 15 and you know that the points are getting conglomerated into a top 10, I think unconsciously you start to consider like, do I really think someone should at least get a shout to like be represented? In which case I can see why, and all, I mean, also it's paper thin and Zeta division and, you know, yeah. So like that I get. Do I agree? No. But like I get it. I don't have a problem with it, actually. The last part I don't actually have a problem with. But anyway, we're not here to discuss paper thins because quite frankly, I didn't hear half of his list because I pulled my earphones out because of who was like before or after Laz. I can't remember. Let's see. Let me bring up my top 15. All right, chat. We're gonna do this. Here's how we're gonna do this. You know what? I'm gonna give you a little bit of an advantage. Also, Oh, the music had stopped and just started again. Also, Paradox, sorry to hear about your losing streak. I just saw that. So here's how this is going to work, chat. I am going to... Hold on. We're going to do this in a very civilized manner. Well, as civilized as it can get. I am going to explain my overall philosophy, let's say. It's weird to call it a philosophy because, quite frankly, is it super detailed and, like, ironed out? No, because... I mean, first of... okay, let's start with this. I don't think we should be having a definitive greatest of all time list anyway. I don't think anybody should. You can have, like, your own candidates, but I just don't think we have anybody, right? Like, who can actually definitively be a greatest of all time. So, like, obviously this is partly for fun, but I do think 5 years... People keep saying 5 years is too early. I don't think that's true. I think you can, but we haven't. Right? So I thought it was... this is why I partook in the vote, because I was like, oh, I think this could be a fun discussion. Obviously, I was talking with one of our mods, Tron, earlier. I may have overestimated my faith in humanity and being able to have civil conversations around opinions, but... so anyway, so keep that in mind. I don't think there's actually any good way to do this in the current timeline, so you always have to kind of assume that people are going to be biased and just... either discuss it or accept it. But anyway, so I'm going to tell you my overarching, where I'm coming, my POV. Let's put it that way, not philosophy. I'm going to give you my POV. And then I'm going to do a quick run through of just like, what is my like accolade for this person, right? What is their bio on my list? And then I'm going to start a timer. And you get maximum 90 minutes. If we end earlier, even better. You get maximum 90 minutes to question and or convince me otherwise. All right? And then once the 90 minutes is over, we're going to play Lies of P. Because we have a lot to get through in the game. All right? Okay. So, let's see here. Let's zoom in on this. Okay, here we go. Let me bring up Epic Pen. I keep wanting to say EpiPen. Epic Pen. I feel like for top lists, you should always start with one. You know what? We can do that. I mean, I think on like a show, it makes sense to do it in reverse. But all right. Let's see. Does this work? It kinda does. I mean, it censors out Sideshow's face, so it's perfect actually. You can all count between 1 and 4, right? It's not that hard, chat. I know it's really difficult for some people, but it's like it's only 2 numbers. You have enough brain power left to figure out what numbers are between 1 and 4. Okay. All right. So while you're taking this in, my overall POV is, for me, the greatest discussion is about what impact they had on their team, on the meta, and like agent, on the game. Okay? That is, to me, the biggest. Now, on top of that, I also discounted drop-offs that were not redeemed, which is why this is a weird, this is a weird timing, because the argument would be, some people are obviously still playing, and they might become better. But I'm not going to take... Just because I think they're going to be better doesn't give them any extra points. Let's put it that way, okay? Just because I think they're going to... Or let's say I believe... Let's say I know they're going to get better. They don't get extra points because they haven't yet, okay? So that's my biggest thing. Trophies did matter, but like that wasn't my only starting point. And then IGLing... Really, it's just Boaster. IGLing, kind of, but I agree with Sliggy. Boaster is an anomaly because we actually know quite a bit of like how much impact he actually has, but we can get to Boaster separately. I didn't purposely discount IGLing, but unless I was like sure of the value, and again, as you can tell, there really wasn't too many other people where I think, well, and Nat's a little bit, but there weren't too many other people where I'm like, their IGLing I know so much about that it's like enough to trump everything else. So, that is where I come from. All right. Chobra was one of the people who shot up 10s on the Plat Chat top 10. Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, I was surprised that Wyatt had him in third. Okay, so whoa, chat, whoa, chill, chat. Okay, all right. Before the timer begins. Okay, so let's start. I mean, those of you who watch Plat Chat, I mean, quite frankly, I think I actually just watched it back, but what I was saying, I think I summed it up pretty clearly on where I stand. But to me, and actually, I was thinking about this, but okay, let me start first. Starting at the very beginning of something and being the definitive best player at the very beginning, right? Like, even if it's just for that one tournament, the first big tournament, like, there wasn't an argument, right? It wasn't like, I mean, yeah, they could have been so. No, like, everybody agreed, if you watched Masters Reykjavik #1, that Tens was the best player. So to do that, and then did he have dips? Yes, he did. I don't think he had like fumbles, but I do think he had absolute valleys. But to me, actually having the valleys and then being able to come back as a first gen pro in a different role, in a different meta, on a different roster, and have actual notable impact to lift the trophy is huge. To me, that's the impact that I count, right? That's why I keep emphasizing impact. I like that Sliggy, you know, we talked about on Plat Chat, is there a difference between, Wyatt I think asked the question, but like, is there a difference between best and greatest? And I would agree. Best would be like more stat based. And quite frankly, I kind of find that boring, because at a certain point that's like the answer is just kind of there, you know what I mean? But so anyway, for me, over 5 years to like hit the peak and then come back and be part of that peak and like be very largely responsible for it is really big. And it's not like he's never done anything else after that either, you know what I mean? Like they were still having impact at a couple other tournaments, etc. So that is the biggest thing for me when it comes to tens. Moving on, Osmos, I mean, the thing is I actually have no problem with Osmos being anywhere in the top like 6 for most people. You know, I think it just depends on what you value more. But to me, again, the fact that if he goes into a team, like literally he just transforms, like each time we're like, oh, we don't know about this team. It could be good, it could be bad. And even if it starts off bad, he eventually makes it pretty good. And people keep saying that he had a terrible Tokyo. And if you really think back, I do think that that's in relation, it's in relativity to what we expect from him. That was like nowhere close to the performance of Toronto. He had a terrible tournament at Toronto. That is like factually true. But at Tokyo, he didn't actually do that terribly. There were narratives about like the practice isn't going well, etc. But you know, that's all technically hearsay. So to me, being able to do that purely off of like mechanics, right? He's not an IGL. He's not playing initiator. He's not playing like control. He's literally playing a role where either your teammates have to really set you up for perfect success, or like you just have to kind of carry. And the fact that while he has had some teammates that do that, other times he's proven that he can actually lead by example by mechanically carrying. I think that's huge. I don't think there's anyone else who's doing that, quite frankly. I would say that even Leo at his peak wasn't doing that. It was more so that Leo was actually just better as a whole, I would argue. So that's the thing with Osmos. When it comes to Chronicle, okay, Chronicle is one where, you know what, if you want to say that I'm underrating Chronicle, I'm actually fine with that. There's a good chance I am. But when it comes to Chronicle, again, we talked about it briefly yesterday as well. I talked a lot yesterday on Plunge. But to me, Chronicle seems, it is much more to me about mechanics than macro, etc., etc. Again, that doesn't mean he's like a no-brain only aim player, right? I don't think Osmos is a no-brain only aim player, but he's not 150 out of 100 on the mechanics scale. So despite having all the trophies, to me, I think it's also just like the roster as a whole. And again, I said this yesterday too. Fnatic players probably kind of get wrecked on my list because, it's like your team won the whole thing, right? So maybe I'm not counting it enough because maybe you were all just the best players every single time. But that obviously he had impact. I think that's one of the cases where it's like, if I were to only apply only my POV, he might even be lower. But then the fact that he has that many trophies is like, okay, but you like can't possibly think he didn't have impact in any of those, right? So I would put Chronicle there. And then let's go with Nats. I was actually shocked that Nats wasn't higher. Just because to me, like, he literally defined how to lurk in Valorant. And he not only defined it, he like terrorized people with it. And then he's still able to do that in the big 2025 while IGLing. So again, over the span of 5 years counts a lot for me. But I think, like, you know what I mean? Like, you think Gambit Bind and you're like Nats. You think Gambit Icebox, you're like Nats. Like, Nats makes or breaks that game, but he actually always just made it. He never broke it during their reign. So that amount of impact, I think, is undeniably a top 5 candidate in my book. With Durka, I think Durka is one of those players where the consistency comes into play very largely. Always a very, very competitive top duelist in every single meta so far. Was a big part of a lot of, in fact, was a big part of all the runs that Fnatic didn't win, right? So when the team wasn't able to pull through and win, he was still getting them like across certain lines. And then also he was very much part of the earlier successes of that roster as well, and his own career. But again, that's where, like, if you compare it to something like Osmos or even, like, let's say TENS at, in 2021, then do I think Durka definitively hit that? Maybe not. I mean, maybe probably the expectation going into Bangkok was, like, the closest, but that would be the difference. But I think being a competitive top, whatever number, top 3, top 5 duelist for 5 years across different metas is crazy. To me, that is crazy. Don't forget, Durka was the first one to do the Euro fake clone in tier 1. You know what? Honestly, I mean, that's like a nice cherry on top. I don't think I would ever count that for like rankings, but that's that. And then Forsaken, Forsaken, first of all, great flex. I did count his leadership a little bit, but I think if I actually counted what I believe to be his leadership impact, he probably would have entered top 5, at 5th probably. But I didn't, because again, we don't know for sure. Like, I feel it, but we don't know for sure. Forsaken used to be another amazing duelist. Obviously just recently lifted a trophy and got MVP, which I think he was deserving of. Doesn't mean he was the only candidate, but he was deserving of. But he flexed around a lot. But to me, if you put him in top 5 now, you're either massively counting his leadership, which I'm fine with, but I do think that's undefined, or I think it's a little bit of revisionist, because, like, Paper Rex, until, like, okay, Paper Rex was obviously, like, the de facto dominant team in SEA forever, but up until partnership, they were the de facto best Asian team until they met DRX, and then they would get, and then they just wouldn't be able to cross the finish line. And then they eventually, for the first time, actually beat DRX in a very important match in the finals of Stage 1 of VCT Pacific. But even going into that, they weren't the favorites because they had to come back from the lower bracket. Then they looked like they would finally change the narrow, but then they obviously fell short at number 2 at Champions again. And I know, like, they got to the grand finals before DRX, obviously because DRX never got there, at Copenhagen as well. But it's like, they were always hitting a wall, though. It was much more about their style working against teams that weren't used to it until 2023. And then 2023, they changed a little bit with something coming in. They, like, refined the W gaming a bit more, but then they fell short, but then they struggled again. And quite frankly, I think Forsaken was always very talented, but was he always like The Rock? I wouldn't say so. If anything, I would actually put Devi over Forsaken if I'm thinking of who The Rock would be, even in their lower times. Or maybe even Mind Freak, quite frankly. So, like, people, I think, forget that Forsaken, when he first started flexing, it was mostly duelist and then, like, 1 or 2. And this is what I talked about yesterday with Plat Chat, is that literally until Paper Ranks went, like, at Champions 2023, before that, within Asia, RB was the flex. And then Forsaken was like catching up. But Forsaken was a much more dominant duelist within his team compared to RB. That was the big difference. And I also personally think Forsaken, when he first started flexing around, did not... I mean, I went back and looked, and like some of those, it's not always, the consistency's not there. And to me, like, if you're flexing and I want to give you credit, you have to be consistent. If you're flexing and you have wildly inconsistent stats, like, to me, that doesn't mean anything. Because, like, I flex in my ranked games, and that doesn't mean I'm a great flex. I can play every character, but, like, obviously I'm not hitting higher ranks because I'm doing that. So, has he gotten better? Yes. But if, in fact, if they hadn't gotten anywhere close, to, let's say, top 6 at Toronto, I don't think he would be in my top 10. You know what I mean? I think he would be like 10th. So that's where I'm at. And then 7, Leo, I think self-explanatory to me, obviously, and it's a big what if, but I think the impact is huge. Meteor, 2 times, 2 different rosters, literal notable impact, even just by watching the mini-map, that if he wasn't part of that roster, I don't think either of those teams lift the trophy. And therefore, obviously, he also got the MVP, which I think he's one of those where I'm like, I think he absolutely deserved it both times. So Meteor's there. But obviously, I don't put him higher because it's just the very later end. And then Kong, to me, another person who kind of renewed or refreshed the idea of how to use the operator, did it internationally. In the very beginning, he was single-handedly responsible for getting China and EDG on the map, I would argue. So that, to me, the impact that he had, not just for, like, the acknowledgement of China, but also just like the terror he put into people individually, just with his hopping, etc., was huge. And then Boaster is, again, I think, other than Nats, I did give a little bit of points for the IGLing, but Boaster's the only IGL here that I gave points specifically for IGLing because he's one of the ones where we know the most, and it's actually very, very, very big, like the impact that he has, just from what we know. But like doing that across so many different iterations of the roster, always being one of, if not the most dominant team within their region. Say what you will about each region's strength, but I think that still counts for a lot. I think that needs to all be added up quite a lot. But like Sliggy's argument of like, the stats just aren't there. You know what? I think that's reasonable. If you value stats much more, that's totally fine. So here comes the interesting part. So 11 through 15 is going to be, again, more so like shout-outs. Not pity points, but shout-outs, right? Like, this is where I said, like, if it was a top 20, maybe 1 or 2 of these, it changes order with, like, 2 or 3 of the people that I left out. But Alphayer, it's probably, in fact, I think Alphayer should probably be my hottest one. Everyone keeps talking about focusing on 10s and like RB for some reason. I feel like Alphayer probably should be the hottest one, hottest take. But Alphayer, to me, he's also costed them so much because he trusted in his mechanics too many times. To me, I count that against him quite a bit. He's clearly talented, but not clearly talented enough that every meta he's playing in, the team has to focus around him because that's their biggest win condition, like Ospas. So it's not at that level. I mean, it's, again, partly also because his teammates are really good. But while he had, obviously, amazing impact this time around and amazing impact at Tokyo, I would say that the consistent impact probably doesn't last in the other tournaments as much. So that's where I stand. However, this is one of those players where, obviously, not even just considering his age, but do I think he absolutely should climb this list by the end of his career? 100%. 100%. That's what I would say. So, but to me, like, I actually think if their careers all ended today, I don't think I ever put Alphayer over Boaster. I don't think I do. I mean, again, because I'm valuing the IGLing of Boaster specifically, but I don't think I do. Ye, literally, I think Sideshow said it. If Ye had retired after Optic, he'd probably be higher. He would probably be like 9th or 10th. But the drop-off was so generational, obviously, not all entirely under his control, but so generational that I have to put that against him. And then RB, to me, he was one of the players that really, really started to consistently show like the standard for flexing in agent pool. And that could be a little bit of Pacific bias. Like, obviously, and there are other candidates around that time. And in fact, Victor would be another one. But to me, RB had that impact. And also, after he got giga slammed when they lost to Zeta Division for his opping, I would say that he found his consistency. Alongside, you know, a lot of other... Same with Buzz. But to me, like, being able to still be one of the first great Neons, and then being able to still be probably their better Killjoy, you know, etc., and playing basically every agent or every position, he was one of the first to do that. He was definitely the first to do that in Pacific, but he was one of the first to do that internationally at a consistent level. So to me, that counts a lot. To me, that the impact of that counts more. If RB wasn't there, I don't think I put any old DRX member there. So that's just where I stand. And then Kesnet, dude, I think people forget just how much Kesnet used to terrorize teams, like single-handedly. Like literally just Kesnet carrying crew across matches time and time again. I think people really forget that. And like we pretend like he can't play now, like at all, which isn't true in the slightest. I think Kesnet was crazy impactful in the earlier days, and then I would say that mechanically he can still, like literally, if Ospas didn't exist within Americas, I think Kesnet probably still gets praised a lot mechanically, quite frankly. And then CNED's one of those players where if I had like a top 20, he might get bumped down even further. But I mean, literally teams had to say their strat was rotate away from CNED for 2021. I mean, you can't. That's so big. That is so big. But CNED also had a generational drop-off, which is why if I had a top 20, he might have gotten bumped down a bit more. But if it's a top 15, I feel like CNED had to be there for a shout from my end because I'm arguing for impact. So that's where I stand. I haven't read chat at all because otherwise this would have gone on for much longer. So let's get the timer up. And then I'll start to take questions. All right. Where are we at? So, what's your biggest question? What's your biggest question? What was CNED like when he was at his prime? Literally, I would say that at his prime, again, obviously, you can take into account... this is just the other thing I wanted to add. I do agree that 2021 was easier, but I also think if you were, like, definitively the best in 2021, that means nobody else was doing what you were doing. So, like, I still think that counts for a lot more, right? You know, if it was, like, a group of 5 players, then it'd be a different story, but... so CNED, I would say, at his prime, was feared, like... You know, you had to game plan around him specifically as an individual. It's like Kong, Ospas, Yay, whoever. Like, it was like, oh, they have money for an op. Wow, we found the jet. We literally have to rotate, and we have to hope that we get there before CNED. Do you want a slow mode? No, I think we're good. I think we're good for now. Thanks for asking. What's the reasoning behind Kesnet being on the list? I just explained that. Durka won a Masters more recently than Nats. Shouldn't they be swapped? I always tell myself that I probably am underrating Durka more than I should be. Partially just because, and I think it's the Fnatic problem. Unfortunately for Durka, it didn't last very long on Vitality yet. So, like, you know, I'm not putting that against him, but he's not quite, frankly, helping his case for my logic, where I don't think he's left his individual impact on the game itself. Again, if it was, like, best player, I think Durka probably tops Nats for sure, by more than one placement. But if I'm picking a greatest player, I think Nats' legacy is bigger than Durka's. Why don't you put Mako on less? Great question. That's a perfect time to bring this up. So this was my quick short list. Well, my somewhat organized short list. Not in order, as you can tell. If you ask me what these asterisks mean, I think the one on the left means I had them somewhere in my top final 15. I can't remember. The right, I guess it's probably because I wasn't sure if I wanted to count Leo or not, I guess, because he's the only one with that. This is really tiny, but you'll just have to believe me when I read off certain names. I can't make this bigger on sticky pad, can I? Does anybody know? I guess I can copy it. Here, let me bring this. It's like really tiny, and then it's like bright, so it's even harder to see. There. So this was my somewhat short list. Les was on here at some point. I erased him. I don't know at which point I erased him. And then Mako's here with a big old question mark. Heron's here with a question mark, but there is a space between them because they were basically already kind of out of the running for me. Mako, here's the thing, chat. Even when everyone was saying that Mako was the best control in the world, I actually wasn't convinced. I think Mako benefited a lot from the way DRX plays. I don't think Mako's a bad player. I don't think he, like, right? It's not like I think he just sits around and, you know, gets free kills. That's not what I'm saying. But I don't think he was... I think he was the reason that DRX was surviving in certain matches and tournaments, not the reason they were winning certain matches and tournaments. That's the way I see it. I don't... And this could be because I don't like how he plays controller. I just think he used to be too passive, and then these days he's, like, too aggressive sometimes. And I don't think he's really having impact as a controller. He just is an amazing clutcher. So that's like, for the longest time during, like, 2023, I was always arguing I would put Mind Freak over Mako. How is Saucy not on the list? Saucy's on here. Saucy was one where I do think he should be in the top 15, but yeah, the thing with Saucy for me is, like, I don't know. I guess Saucy's the case in point of, like, I count impact higher than trophies, right? Because I don't think that he was, like, defining things across multiple metas. People also invented throwing a dominant player off of an angle because of Ye. Before, they would just try to avoid them. True, but like I said, I think Ye had such a big fall off afterwards, and Cena kind of did too, quite frankly. But I think just the fact that Cena was the first one probably I count a little bit more. But I had Ye over Cena anyway, right? Yeah, so in fact that doesn't really. Starzo was the 5th. Zeke literally, honestly, Zeke probably should have been erased before less, but I think I kind of just knew in my head that I wasn't going to include him in the final 15. Zeke is only here because I do think if Zeke didn't show up in the grand finals of Champions 2021, even with CNET, I don't think Ascend wins that. But, you know. It's very tough for EA just because he got screwed over so many times. Yes. Yes, and that sucks, but it's like, you know, it's the same logic for Leo. It's not that I think, like, I do think over time, EA actually would climb back up a little bit. I think he has the potential to. I think it's a much tougher playing field, but I think it would be tougher. So, yeah, so I think Les is the only one that a lot of people would be curious on, like, did you even have him considered? And honestly, I did, and then at the end of the day, it was literally that, like, I kept thinking back to the clip of Les himself when he's streaming saying that they can nerf my Viper, but they can't nerf my Vandal or whatever. And it's like, I honestly think about that a lot because I'm like, yeah, actually, like, that's why he's so good. But, like, again, this is a case where I think he would do a lot better in my best list than the greatest list. But, yeah. Les is one where I'm like, I'm willing to take the heat. Would it make a difference for EA if he spent his time in DSG as a content creator then came back in 24? Yeah. Because I had to actually sit through and cast the games that he was playing on Bleed. And it was, like, beyond not looking good. Like, I know that he was having, like, health issues on top of everything. So, like, that's not his fault. But it did happen. If it's a best player list, I think, yeah, probably. If it's a best player list, I mean, peaks also probably count a lot higher. To me, like, having one peak wasn't enough, if that makes sense. And I know, like, with Ye, it's also weird because it was multiple tournaments, but it was, like, one meta because Riot, for whatever reason, that was, like, the one time they weren't patching fast enough. So, like, that also counts against them a little bit, but... Did you consider Jogamo? In my head, he would never actually made my sticky note. But I think Jogamo... I think that EG roster, the only one I would actually have potentially considered is Demon 1. But Demon 1 also... I think the narrative was the bigger hit. And then the fall off afterwards was big too. I'm fine with people putting Calm. I wouldn't have, but I'm fine with having Calm. The thing is I rate Jogamo pretty highly currently. But there's a difference between, like, who's another good example? Let's try to give an example from Pacific. Pacific's kind of tough, but... Pacific's maybe not the best region to do this in. But there's, to me, Jogamo's kind of like, you know what? I don't have a good comparison in Pacific. I feel like Jog hasn't been around at the top long enough. I mean, I guess that counts too. I think if Jog was doing that since the very beginning, right? In similar fashion, even if he didn't have an international, let's say, and then he didn't win champs, I think I might actually put him in the list. But yeah, that's the thing is like I actually go to bat for Jog a lot. I go to bat for Jog a lot in a lot of these discussions, but that's like moment to moment and in recent times. He's been around longer than Meteor. Well, no, technically Meteor's been playing since the very beginning as well. But the difference is that Meteor, I think, hit his peak. Like, individually, he proved that his peak is what got them trophies on 2 different rosters. Under 2 different IGLs. I count that a lot. Literally, like, okay, here's the thing, is that I think if Meteor didn't play, like, if he didn't even play at 95% of what he did last year, I don't think Gen G lifts any trophy, actually. Like, not even a regional one. That's how largely I count Meteor's impact on that roster. And then I think he did it again in the matches that mattered for T1. In fact, you know what's really funny? When I talk with the Nongshim staff and everybody at Nongshim as well, in fact, obviously not a very important match, but it's the same thing happened against Nongshim when he was on T1 as well in stage 1. If he comes online like 3 rounds later, I think T1 loses. But he comes online and then they just, you know. That's not to say that they didn't deserve to win. I'm just saying I think that's the impact that he has. Thoughts on Zekken? I had him on this list as well. Zekken is one where it's like, I honestly think if I had tapes on Sentinels as comms, more like full comms, I have an inkling that I would rate him a lot higher. But Sentinels, in a lot of their iterations across a lot of different metas, plays in a way where Zekken isn't meant to hard carry. And therefore, I think he struggles of being a you know, A+ player, but not a 100 out of 100 player from an outsider's point of view. So I think that matters. Faker turned down a 20 million offer to stay in T1. I mean, you know what, you respect. Wait, what? Why are we talking about Faker? Well, that's because Genji are awful. EG are so good, Jogmo didn't need to care. Okay, that's a terrible take, but that's my point. I think that's why, for instance, like, I think that's why Durka, I always end up underrating him like 1 or 2 placements in any list, whether it's a tournament list or a greatest or even a best list. I probably underrate him a bit because most of the rosters he's been on in Fnatic have just been full of 4 to 5 amazing players. Do you value champs greater than Masters events? I do, but not necessarily for a greatest list. Like, in terms of, do I think it holds higher reputation for a team? Yes. But not for my greatest of all time list. I don't think I would. I might change my mind like 10 years down the road, but... Oh, how EG fell apart. I see. After YZ turned on the stream, he's never had the scene. YouTube's out here just going to bat for Jog and YZ. I respect it. You know what's crazy is I actually think I respect Bren's list more than Paper Thin's. Whose list had Laz? That was Paper Thin. But the Laz isn't even the most surprising part about that wasn't the most shocking part to me about Paper Thin's list. I mean, it kind of was, but also because it's Paper Thin, I'm like, yeah, I get it. Paper Thin's is ridiculous because if he wanted Zeta represented, it'd have to be Sugar Zero. Whoa. I do not agree with that. I'd have Depp over Sugar Zero, and I'd have Laz over Depp. Your reaction to Seth and Clinton's placement of media. Yeah, chat. I'm not even... Those guys had... Well, actually, Seth... Dude, Seth... I actually want to know Seth's full list, because Seth's list was weird, because he didn't even have Meteor that high, right? Paper Thin did. Paper Thin had Meteor at 2. Paper Thin had Meteor at 2. He had Meteor at 2, but Saucy at 1, and then Buzz at 4. Like, even just within Pacific players, I don't... Well, I guess Saucy's not a Pacific player, but, like, I don't understand the logic. And then he didn't have Leo on his list, which was crazy. Meteor was outside. Yeah, Seth... I actually want to know the full list for Seth, because it seemed like he skewed a lot of things, but every time we asked, like, in a vacuum, he didn't. I think Meteor outside of top 10 is totally fine. I had him on 8, but I think Meteor... Like, I think Meteor anywhere from 8 to, like, 12, I think is... You know, I can see the logic right away. If you had him at like 15 or 1, I'd be like, okay, well, you got to tell me because I don't see it. But release the Seth list. Hashtag release Seth's list. So it sounds like people aren't, at least people, I guess, you know, we're probably a little bit skewed, but you guys aren't actually as upset about my list. Because, you know, I honestly, I think Alpha Year at 11, RB at 13, and 10s at 1 are probably the things that trigger people the most. But if you hear my argument, I think 10s and RB isn't as triggering. Alpha Year I can kind of see, but that's literally just because like the numbers he puts up are so different from what I'm viewing. Sure, it was really an RQ undercover agent I replaced for Flicker. We'll see how Flicker does. I'm upset at Kong Kong over Boaster. Okay, but how do you have other? Would you have other IGLs? Because if you're gonna put Boaster over Kong Kong, I think you have to also respect other IGLs. You would have FNS? Okay. Then your logic's consistent, so I'm okay with that. I don't know why it upsets you, but like it doesn't upset me that you would have both Boaster and FNS somewhere. But, you know, as long as your logic's consistent, that's fine. We can agree to disagree. Yeah, I can see why a lot of people would be upset with me having RB over Mako as one of the, you know, if you had to pick one of the XDRX people. The thing is I have notoriously, and I'm not trying to hate, I really like Mako as a player, but I just don't think Mako was the definitive best controller at the time. I just don't. I think DRX made him look like the definitive best controller, but I don't think he was individually the best controller at his peak. Why not Buzz? Because as much as I'm a Buzz Glazer, and I think actually Buzz has a lot more left in the tank, he has actually also had massive lows. And I think the thing I rate highest for Buzz is his drive to win, and he has definitely notably let that get in the way of winning the match multiple times because he would ego peak things when he's not having a good game. The one time I think he didn't do that was Bangkok, and they won. But I also think at that point, I'm like, again, like I said, RB, at least for me, has had the impact of like really flexing around every single position at a consistent level, both domestically and internationally first. Whereas Buzz flexed a little bit, but like his KO was not reliable. His KO was not reliable. His Killjoy was good, but his KO wasn't reliable. And then he was a duelist, right? Why didn't Kurt make a list? That's a great question. What was TMV's list? Is that on his video? Also, it's an opinions list. Nobody was ever going to agree. So here's my thing. I don't think people need to agree. I just think people need to chill. Like, I see people, like, at people's throats for this, and I'm like, wow. I mean, first of all, you're probably in your teens because you don't realize that there's much more important things. But it's also, like I said, like, if you want to have both Boaster and FNS in your top 15, I mean, I see it. As long as your logic's consistent. I mean, if you're out here being like, I think Harpy should be top 1 through 5, I mean, you're just trolling, so, like, that's whatever. But, you know. The YouTube comments and Reddit, yeah. People were like, I mean, like, listen, Paper Thin got me reeling as well, but, like, you know, I'm curious about his logic. I don't think Paper Thin should be canceled for having Laz in 11 or wherever he had him. I'm just curious. In fact, Laz, I'm not even curious about because I know why he put him there. The way Hyunmin is playing, he looks like the best player ever. Hyunmin could be another one where I think he could get there. All right, let me look up TMV's list because I guess we didn't talk about it at all yesterday. TMV kind of flew under the radar, which probably means that he had a very agreeable list. Let's see. Where's TMV here? I do think I'm subscribed to him. Probably. Hopefully. Alright, there we go. Is it this one? Oh, I had it. I played it for like a brief moment, apparently. Oh, we have to scroll through it. This guy trying to get me to watch his full video. That's crazy. Why is this at friggin' 144p? All right. How are you gonna... Oh, he's doing it in reverse order. Does he review it at the end? I'm about to watch all 12 minutes on stream. Oh, he does review it at the end. Okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, he had Osmos Chronicle. I mean, very reasonable. Durka third. Agreeable. Tens at fourth. Boaster fifth. Really? Oh, I don't know about that. Forsaken, Leo, Saucy, I'm totally fine with. Yay, Alpha here, and then Kong Kong, totally reasonable. Okay, so he includes Sonic as well, so there is some consistency with how much he's weighing IGLing and the impact each IGL had. Because Sonic, from what we know, was very influential as an IGL during that meta on Loud. It's just, you know, he might be turning into an angel at this point. Meteor 13, Jing, and then... Oh, and then he even had FNS. Okay. So this is like a very IGL-heavy list. Which is totally reasonable. It's very consistent. I would actually... No, maybe I wouldn't. I was going to say I would actually put FNS over Sonic, but maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I'd just have them next to each other. Where would FNS be if he didn't come back this year? I wouldn't have had him in my greatest of still. Because I think for me, without knowing everything about the team internally, for me to really weigh someone's IGLing, they need to repeat it across, like, multiple versions. Like, multiple roster plus meta. So... I just think no less on anyone's list is crazy. I actually do think that's crazy. As someone who didn't have him eventually in my top 15. I was surprised that he wasn't really anywhere close to anybody's. Was he? He wasn't even in our top 20, was he? Oh, maybe he was. Is XOC YOU fully... Yeah, no, YOU's been released. It's not that he couldn't join. He's gone from the team. I think... But the thing with Valen, I think, is like... Again, I think Valen suffers from being great, but not the greatest. Right? And honestly, that could just be the difference of a trophy versus not, which is unfortunate. But I guess that's the fate of an IGL. I think Mimi did? I forget. They said 9 people made one. I think Mimi was one of them. I swear people just forgot less. Honestly, that could have happened. I can promise you I didn't. I had considered him. But... I didn't have him in my list, though. Well, also, to be honest, I didn't have a chance to really bring this up on Plat Chat, but, like, this drop-down didn't have friggin' Solo. It didn't have friggin' Hyunny. Didn't have friggin' our tissue god Dead. I mean, this list was, this drop down was missing a lot. It was pretty anti-Pacific pilled. Solo was a player. So for a little history lesson for those of you who weren't here from the beginning, Solo was the IGL that carried Lakia. Well, that led Lakia. He didn't carry Lakia. Actually carried them in that one famous round, but he led Lakia and crew to 3rd place and had the first ever showing for a Korean team at an international. Even though I don't agree with TMV's list fully, he was consistent. You don't think my list was consistent? I think my list is pretty consistent. It's just very, very subjective. I think TMV's is probably the safest list other than weighing IGLing really high, but, you know, at the very least, that's also fairly consistent. Although, like, I assume he talks about, like, meta plus individual performance, but there being so many players in between Sadok and FNS, I don't know if I would agree with, but, like, again, but I see the reasoning. I feel like Sliggy's was the safest. We don't actually know Sliggy's full list, right? But his was probably the safest. Oh, maybe he said he did it on stream. I may be biased. No, I think less actually. I think less in a vacuum. I think less should have been at least top 15 in a vacuum. But again, the problem with the top list is if you take a spot, someone else loses a spot. But, like, for me, personally speaking, like, if someone said I should have less above any of these four, I'd be like, that's totally reasonable. I think we just didn't see prime lists this year. I mean, yeah, that matters too. Yeah, and Leo is not consistent to be 5 spots different. Other than the fact that I specifically said that I also count drop-offs very harshly against players. And, like, yeah, Leo obviously couldn't play, and Ye chose to play. So you could argue Ye is unlucky, but I haven't seen Leo drop off. Now, if this was like 10 years and we haven't seen him since year 3, then I would be like, I mean, that's a big what if, but I wouldn't have him in my top 10 list. But yeah, because Tens redeems himself off of that drop off. Ye hasn't yet. He showed inklings of it, but not yet. Tens literally comes back in a different role and lifts a trophy, and he was a very integral part of it. That's literally my point. If Ye comes back and wins champs, and he doesn't even have to hard carry, he's a big reason, like he's a big part, then I think Ye would have a big argument to get back into like top 5. I don't know. It depends on what impact he has, because obviously it's hard to imagine. Like, I'd have to consider, like, well, is it as a controller? Is it as an opper? Is it as a duelist? You know, like that would all make a difference too. But like, is that unfair to Ye? You could say that it feels unfair to Ye, but if I'm making a list, I'm going to take that into account. If Tens hadn't won Masters and they didn't actually redeem themselves mildly at Champions last year, Tens would not be 1. He would not have an argument for 1. But that's like 2 big tournaments that I would have had to see them not succeed at. So, right? Like, if we were doing this in 2023, Tens probably wouldn't be in the top, like, 8 for me, probably. Because at the time, he wasn't doing much. I agree. But I think he did, though. Lucky for him, we're doing it in 2025. And he, stepped away when he was at a high again. I would like to see a region-based one. I think those will end up being pretty mild. Right, but again, like I said, like, to me, how you defined things, it's not just that you won a trophy, which is why I keep saying it's being unfair to Durka, because he's always surrounded by a star-studded roster, so it never quite feels like when they were winning that he, like, won them the trophy. In fact, he usually shines more so when they're not winning, because he's the one. And, the counter argument to that would be like, okay, well, then shouldn't you rate him higher because of that? And it's like, yeah, I can see that. I just am not, because I am counting it, like, it's a similar reason why I would put Mako not above RB. It's because I think Mako's keeping DRX alive, not giving them wins. That doesn't mean I don't think Durka got them wins. I think Durka has, but What's up, Tushar? Good morning to people who just woke up. The ranking's wrong because I'm not there. I mean, unlucky for you, I guess. Honestly, just remove the entire list and put Lakia Valorant #1. No. No. Lakia's got to prove himself, too. He's got to prove himself by coming back and being another trophy winner. Unrelated, but who are your top 5 smokers right now? Let's say controllers, right? You're not asking who my top 5 people who smoke are. My top 5 controllers right now? Right now? Oof. I'm going to be honest, I'm probably not even thinking of 1/5 of the controllers around the world, so throw me some names. Oster, Valen, Heron. I mean, I'm going to count Forsaken in this argument because it seems like that's slowly going to be his primary role. Bang. Yeah. I had him in my top 10 going into Toronto. Do we think it's better to top frag when you lose or bot frag when you win? For greatest, bot frag when you win. There's a better chance that I have someone who bot frags but wins higher because, you know, unless you're like actively throwing the game, than someone who's top fragging but not winning. Because if you're top fragging and not winning, that means your claim to fame is your mechanics, but your mechanics aren't good enough to actually turn the tables. So you could be unlucky. Your roster could just really suck and you could be in contract jail, but that's not for me to decide when I'm doing a greatest of list. Smoggy is a good shout. Sugar Zero. I'm not putting Sugar Zero on this list. This does look like a no, but it's an A. Looks. I mean, I don't think Luxo's in this discussion yet, but Pancata, dude. If Pancata hadn't joined Sentinels, I would probably rate him high, assuming he would have done better. Kiko, actually, wow. See, I told you we were gonna forget people. Well, Mind Freaks. Someone. The question was who do I think are the best controllers right now? Which Mind Freak wouldn't be. Do Demon 1 and Jongma count? Not really. Demon 1 maybe. Yeah, this is a side conversation. Someone asked who would be my best controllers right now. Okay, can I just say, I'm not even that crazy. All of you guys are clamoring at the bit for Mako in top 15 greatest of all time, and no one's reminding me to put Mako in here? Like, what the hell? I'm on to something, chat. You can't get away with this. You can't get away with this. You said it, and I ignored it, and you kept reminding me about Luxo and not Mako. Clearly, the priority just isn't there for chat. You're upset that I didn't read Luxo the first time, and then Mako just gets forgotten. That's insane. I mean, listen. No. I see right through it. Your habits show who you truly are, chat. Can you explain why you have RB at 13? I did earlier in depth, but the short answer is I think one of the first to consistently, both domestically and internationally, flex onto all different roles and perform at an expected level. That's why. But you can rewind and check it out. Also, how do you forget Mako? I think he's very good at very specific things. I think he's very good at very specific things. And I don't know if that is what makes like a greatest of controller. Does Primi count? Well, not anymore. He's playing more Deadlock now. I think actually last year he probably would have. I mean, on that note, I mean, mate, we're probably forgetting some other people. But out of these, who do I think are the best controllers right now? Looks so I wouldn't have in the discussion just because it's way too early. Wait, also, I just realized that we got a sub earlier, and I think I dono walled because I saw it and I was talking and then I skipped over it, and this bit alert just reminded me. So thank you, Autumn Han, for the tier 1 resub at 9 months. That's crazy if I actually dono walled. That's insane. That's my bad. But thank you. Thank you for the resub. That was a bit alert. Did it not show up? The sound played. Zoltox Val with 50 bits. Thank you for the 50 bits. Why is Forsaken seen as a top 4 player while Crashies isn't even in the top 20 when Crash's achievements are technically better than Forsaken? Crashies has been at the top for longer and has... Well, I don't have Forsaken in the top 4, so I can't tell you why he's seen as a top 4 player. But to me, Crashies is also... Like, you should know if you're a regular that I rate Crashies very highly, especially currently. But I think Crashies doesn't shine as much in that roster across multiple metas as Forsaken does. I think that's the biggest thing. Also, Forsaken flexes, and I think if you count that pretty highly. Either you count that pretty highly or like you don't count that at all. And to be fair, Crashies didn't look that good in 2024. Like, you do have to count that against him a little bit. I don't think, you know, it's not like I was sitting there being like, all right, Crashies is washed. I didn't think that, but Forsaken has also had many tournaments where he's been pretty bad. I agree. Which is why I keep trying to say I think there's a lot of revisionism going on. Forsaken's always been fun to watch. That doesn't mean he's always been great, statistically speaking. But the case is that Crashies, this is like Initiator curse. Because if you're Initiator, if you are not shining, like, you know, it's hard to really count that positively for you. But it's very easy to notice when you're not doing well. Whereas, like, Duelist, not so much. By the way, Mako just won, so he's going... Oh, at UWC. Crashy, second at Masters, first at Masters, third at Masters, second at Champs, top 4 at Tokyo, first at EMA Stage 1, second at Toronto. How is Crashy's not off there? Well, because I'm not counting, like... honestly, I think counting... Unless you were, like, literally perma second place of every single tournament, other than first place, I'm not really counting that as much. Like, being at internationals versus not, I would count, but Spring needs a shout out. That's true. That's true if we're doing current controllers. I think you kind of have to consider over Legacy. Well, but that's specifically my point. I'm counting Legacy over that. I'm not discounting achievements, but I'm putting Legacy over achievements and consistency, whereas if you're putting achievements and consistency over Legacy, then I think that's fine. Although I still don't know if I would put Crashies over Forsaken, just because I would have to take out, like, the flex factor. But I would probably put them similarly. But yeah, also, like, Forsaken, it's not like Forsaken's achievements, like, Crashies has a couple more international, like, but, like, are we really counting top 4 as an achievement? Because at that point, like, the DRX guys are always top 6, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm saying, like, unless you looked at a trophy, I'm not really counting, like, I'm not really counting the fact that Forsaken got second place twice as anything big. If we go off Legacy... Okay, but, like, you can't keep trying to be like, okay, this part of your philosophy says this. You're, like, you have to understand that my POV contains like multiple factors, and there's slight priorities, but certain things outweigh each other. If Ye hadn't played after that, he probably gets into top 10 for sure, maybe even higher. But he literally crashed and burned, not entirely to his fault, but he did. His individual performance crashed and burned. And so I count that against him. He did ruin his legacy as a greatest of player, for sure. For sure. 100%. Michael Jordan ruined his legacy as a greatest of all time athlete because he thought he could just go dominate in other sports. I think so. Like you have to take all of that into account. How does this affect LeBron's legacy? It's a good question. But okay, so we can erase this. If I'm knocking out all these other guys currently, okay, best controller, I'm probably not counting these guys because IGLing is a big part of it. So then there's my 5. Kiko, Spring, Charon, Forsaken, and Mako. Literally today, like going into literally today, I would actually put Mako over Charon. Kiko, Spring, Forsaken, Bang, Mako. That would be it. But, yeah, but Leo, like, in some ways, like, the difference between Leo and Ye is that I guess you could argue that Leo, like, got lucky that he didn't have to play, you know what I mean? But, you know, that's my consistency, is that, like, dude, chat, I'm just telling you, I had to sit through and cast those Bleed games, and nobody on that Bleed team was looking good for 90% of those matches. And I don't think it's any of their fault. I think they're all individually better players than that. I believe in those players. I believed in Ye. I was defending Ye a lot of the times during that Bleed run. But if you're asking me for a greatest of list, it's not like I can forget that it happened. You can't just ignore that it happened. It sucks. I think if he's going to continue playing, I would still give him another shot. Right? But I'm assuming Valorant ended today. If I'm doing a greatest of list right now, because it's early, I think, I'm gonna assume that Valorant's over. In which case, Ye really tanked it. It's crazy how G2... Oh, you guys are talking about the other tournament. One legacy does Kesnet have shooting bodies in the losing match? Actually true. Actually a notable legacy of Kesnet. Can you blame him for a dysfunctional system as a duelist? No, I don't blame him. If I'm a GM, I'm still trialing Ye. But if I have to make a greatest of list today, I'm not gonna not count those matches. Like, where do you not see? Where do you think I'm being inconsistent in this? Because if I had to pick like a best of or a peak, Ye would be higher. If I'm a GM, I want to trial Ye. But if I'm picking a greatest of, then I think the disparity between his peak and elsewise is a little big. How can Forsaken be 6th if he has splits of being pretty ass? Forsaken gets... The difference, literally, is if Forsaken's career had been reversed, he would be lower. Does that make sense? He's gotten more consistent towards the end of, like, today. So, literally, if his entire career was flipped on the timeline, I would rate Forsaken lower. Last split, he wasn't that good. Champs, he wasn't that good. I would argue that he was one of the few that was actually trying to play proper Valorant on that team. on both times. I don't think some of the tournaments where he even had better stats, I don't think he was actually playing good Valorant in the past Paper X. But also Forsaken has like the flex factor matters there too. Like you can't like, this is why chat, okay, when you're arguing with someone about their opinions, you can't try to like take things out. You know what I mean? You can disagree, but you can't be like, okay, but you said this, so this is wrong. It's like, well, actually, but I'm a human being who has a weighing system of my own. And like, are we forgetting the fact that I'm weighing flexing as quite big if you're successful at it? As much as I was making fun of him yesterday for people, I think, rating him too highly on the flex factor, you know, with him messing up a lot of the times for the first year when he was flexing, I would argue that he's actually now one of the most consistent, like, true flexes. I would actually say that I would actually put Forsaken as a better flex over Kron, personally. As a flex specifically. Because I'm not... If worst comes to worst, I'm trusting Forsaken to go back and play Raze for me. I'm not trusting Kron to play Raze or Neon for me. Kron is an amazing player who also flexes. To me, that's the difference. I think Kron is probably a better player who also flexes, whereas I would actually put Forsaken as a better flex, who is also a great player. All right, Zoltox, you gotta say what you want to say. You're currently, all you've been saying, every, like, 9 out of your 10 last chats have been saying Forsaken doesn't deserve that. What are you trying to get to? What are you trying to get to? Because this conversation's never gonna end. Because you're literally just like, well, Forsaken doesn't do this, Forsaken doesn't do that. So, like, tell me where your logic's coming from, because otherwise we can't actually have a conversation. Like, I'm not saying I'm right, you're wrong. Right? In fact, nobody should actually think that about this list ever. But all of your counter arguments are, well, Forsaken's this and Forsaken's that. And it's like, in fact, I'm one of the people on Platchat yesterday that said I don't think Forsaken was that good at flexing in the beginning, but I do think he's gotten much better. Do I think he's world class at all the roles? Probably not. In fact, I actually think RB was still more consistent on average across all the roles, even today. Like, RB at his peak versus Forsaken today, which I think is Forsaken's peak flexing. But I do think Forsaken has gotten good enough at all of them that it counts positively. So, like, if you know, like, tell me what you want to say. Tell me what you want to say instead of just hating on a certain player on a certain number. Also, YouTube, I'm glad you guys love the headshot machine, but, like, he's not on this list. I'm partially rage baiting. Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna pause and not read the rest of your statement. So you're partially rage baiting. Okay. Honestly, I'm actually literally gonna consider not reading the rest of your chat, because you can consider that part of your entertainment, and that's okay. I don't condone it, but that's our conclusion. You can't, like, partially rage bait and be like, but I also had this reason, because then your rage baiting was your priority. So, I mean, I think there it is. Chobra, why isn't there the option to donate on your stream? Because we're not doing a donation stream. I will be joining Sideshow and Bren for a couple of their corners, but I hadn't planned that out, so we're not doing that. The pictures on there are people who are, like, joining them for their corners for, like, different segments. I think I'm joining them Thursday and Friday. How far do you think Tens will move down the list as the years go on? I think I will always have him probably somewhere in the top 15 to 20. I don't think I would ever move him lower than that unless, like, Valorant goes for 30 years plus. But I could see him going down to like 15 through 20. Over time. 10's number one. I mean, honestly, I haven't heard anything from any of you. The only one that I would consider changing after speaking with chat is Alpha Air. That's the only one I would consider changing in my list. Not because I think you're wrong, just because that's the only one where I could see an overlap between my logic and your logic. But otherwise, I'm not seeing a disparity in my logic for the other rankings. Again, that doesn't mean I'm right, you're wrong. It just means I think I'm pretty consistent for everybody else. How is Meteor above Alpha? Again, to me, same reason as Durka, where it's probably unfair to Alpha. But I honestly don't think, while I totally agree that Alpha deserved the MVP in Tokyo, I don't know if they would have not won the trophy if Alpha wasn't MVP. Whereas I do think Gen G and T1 both would not have won the trophy if it wasn't for Meteor. And to me, I count that impact bigger. Alpha is a better player, though. There's no argument about that. Let me just make that very clear. Alpha is a better player than Meteor. Where would you rank Zaiwu? 2. I would rank him 2. Also, Kami, I think you asked a couple times about CNED. I think CNED for me, and I'm cool saying this because this is biased, but he gets a pass because I think the first of to do something counts for a lot more than the second or third to do so. No, Simple is crazy. Simple's 1. What are you talking about? Zaiwu's 2. Simple's 1. $910 deserves a place. That is true. $910 does deserve a place on the top 15 greatest of all time Valorant players list. I do agree. Alpha and Meteor were both the best at 2 internationals, both 2 international wins, except Alpha was good throughout years. But again, okay, I am actually curious though. Do people think the Alpha supporters, that makes it sound like everyone else is against Alpha, which I don't think anybody is, but do you think Fnatic would not have won their trophies if it wasn't for Alpha Air? Do you think they still would have won? Or do you think they would not have won? They wouldn't have won if it wasn't for Alpha. If you think that, then I'm okay with you strongly arguing for Alpha over Meteor. I agree with Lock-In. If it wasn't for Alpha, they don't win Lock-In. I do agree with that. Literally, because it came down to that map, and literally that was Alpha. But I'm not convinced that they would have lost Tokyo if it wasn't for Alpha Air. Whereas I'm like 200% convinced Gen G and T1 both would not have won trophies if it wasn't for Meteor. Doesn't mean I think they would have bombed out. I just don't think they would have closed it out. So that's where I stand. Obviously, that's a very subjective thing to say. Well, I actually think the Meteor thing isn't subjective. I think the Alpha part is probably subjective. I think Durka and Tens can be swapped in your list. Otherwise, it's reasonable. That, you know what's crazy, Wendler? That's an insanely large gap to swap. Like, only 2 players. But but it somehow stays consistent logically. That's an insane note. That's crazy to think about. I can be okay with that. If you swapped Durka and Tens, you would think I would say that list is also very logical, even though it's a big change from my list. I think in the time since Lock-In, Alpha has proven himself to be one of the best in the world consistently. I think he is getting there. Maybe I'm too harsh on Alpha. I don't know. I think Alpha, if he continues on the current trajectory, I think Alpha is easily top 5 greats, like by the end of his career. But I'm not biased at all. But swap Alpha and Leo, and then swap Leo with someone not on the list. Get out of here. I just think that the Meteor one with multiple teams argument is overrated way too much. Okay, but there's a difference between so-and-so won with multiple teams versus I literally think this person was the reason he won with 2 different teams. I think there's a very big gap for me between those 2 statements. There's a difference between he won with 2 different teams versus I legit think he was the reason both of those teams lifted trophies. And in fact, to extend from that, I don't think Gen G lifts either Pacific trophy that they won in 2024 if Meteor wasn't on the team. So I count that very highly. Right, but this is where we differ. I think Fnatic could have still, like, won Tokyo, just maybe not as dominantly. Right? Like, that, I think that's just where we differ. I understand that his stats were out of this world at Tokyo, but, like... Right, you don't think so, but I think so. That's just where we differ. Right, it depends. But, like, we differ on that, and that's fine. I don't think you're wrong for saying that, but... we can't know. But I don't think I'm, like, completely out of pocket for thinking that Fnatic probably could have still won the trophy, just not as dominantly. But that's just... But, like, here... This is what I'm trying to tell you. If you agreed with me on my statement about Tokyo, is it that crazy? You know what I mean? There is a difference between what I rate for Meteor and Alpha Air. I still think and again, I keep saying both Dirk and Alpha Air, I probably underrate more than I should, like, every single time. In fact, like, just notoriously, because of, like, the way their teams work, right? But also, I'm not gonna, like, if anything, I'm gonna count super teams against you, if at all, which I didn't do, like, consciously, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I get where you're coming from. If I were agreeing with you about, like, they needed Alpha to also win Tokyo, yeah, then this gap, especially this gap, let alone Meteor above Alpha Air, probably not logical. But I'm telling you that I don't think that. So in that case, I don't think this order is that illogical. You may just disagree with my basis for it. I'm like, if you have Leo on 7, you should have Ye on 8, 9, because his highest peak was even higher than Leo. Right. Well, we went over that. Ye was unlucky because he kept playing, and unfortunately, he was on very bad teams where he also was performing even worse. The games weren't really too one-sided. I don't think Valorant works like that, where the only way that a team wins... I'm not saying they would have had to play 4v5, but I'm saying you could have had a different, pretty good, you know, I guess, you know, Sentinel or whatever, and they would have still been able to eke it out, is my point. That's how I think. If they were playing 4v5, I don't think they would have won. I think EG would have won. But, you know. Sorry, there was a question about ConCon. What was the question about ConCon? Why? YouTube, what are you... YouTube's just waiting for Liza P talking about the best Clove players? If Alpha spoke Korean and was on Gen G and T1, would they have still won? I actually don't think so. I actually do not think so. I actually think Alpha would have overheated. 100%. Yes, it's playstyle. I think Alpha would have overheated. For instance, while I think Alpha played the best, I actually think Alpha played the best he ever has at Toronto. He was also like massively supported by everybody on the team. They literally played around him. Whereas Meteor, especially on Gen G, was literally like, you have to literally... Is it that Meteor's a better player? Literally, did you miss every single time that we've talked about this? There's a difference to me between greatest and best. If it was best player, Alpha would be 100% over Meteor. Because to me, best means better stats, better mechanics, etc., etc. But greatest to me counts impact a lot more. So I can't believe we've had to have this conversation for 20 minutes when you've been here since the beginning. What the heck? That's my point. That's my point. But I honestly think if Alpha was on Gen G and he was Korean, but he played the same, I don't think they win that trophy because I think 100% Alpha overheats in a crucial moment. I 100, especially last year. Maybe this year, maybe not so much. This year, I was very surprised at how he was playing at Toronto. What if Meteor was on Fnatic? That one is a mystery because, again, I think Fnatic, I think one of the things Fnatic's really good at is they figure out who they need to play around given the meta, about who's playing well, right? They'll play around Dirk. They played around Durka when they needed to. They played around Alphair when they need to. They play around, relying on Leo to close things out when they needed to. And I think that's something that they're very good at, which is why it's sometimes unfair, because I would actually rate that really highly as a team. But until you do that as an individual elsewhere, I am going to have questions. Not doubts, but questions, right? I'm not going to drag them down, but... Hong Kong Tokyo state stats. You mean stats, right? Hong Kong's Tokyo state. Hong Kong bought the state of Tokyo. Yeah. I mean, Hong Kong, I think, I don't know. I think Hong Kong, it's weird because Hong Kong's relatively recency biased at a global level, both positively and negatively. But I think his dude, people had just gotten, basically, to me, here's what Hong Kong did. First there was CNED, and then there was Ye, and there was Durka was kind of always there alongside them in his own way about offers, right? And people were like, oh boy, there's CNED, we gotta avoid him, we gotta run away. And then they said, oh, there's Ye, we gotta run away, we can't challenge him. And then Hong Kong came along and said, you don't get to run away because I'm just going to walk into you. And to me, that changed how people had to think about econ and op opportunities, etc. And I think that's pretty big, especially coming from a region that posed no competition for him. Have you seen Mini's top 10 list? I didn't watch the video around it, but then I also read that list that's been flying around was made before Toronto? I'm a little confused. It was before Toronto? Okay. I mean, if it's... In fact, I think it's pretty reasonable even after Toronto. I think it's even more reasonable if it's before Toronto. I think his list is very safe. That doesn't mean it's bad. I don't think he did it in a safe way intentionally. I think anyone who is or was a coach for a significant amount of time is going to naturally have a pretty safe view. I think we're all thinking this. Top 10 Mario Kart tracks? Don't let Infinite hear you. Okay, can we talk about the most unsafe list we heard yesterday? Does anyone have Paper Thin's list written down? Because I missed half of it. He said the holy trinity of duelists are Ospas, Durka, and Hong Kong. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. Especially, since all of them are still playing. this I actually care about. All right, where's Rainbow Road in a top 10 Mario Kart track list, though? I think the last mention mentally flashbanged me to her. The last mention above top 10 literally made me pull out my earphones. Number 1. Dude, Coconut Mall is actually a goated shout out. Coconut Mall is actually an amazing track. Nobody actually has Paper Thins listed. Was Laz actually at 7th though? Wasn't Laz at 11th? Here, let's go back and let me look this up. Let me bring up the VOD. Dude, this picture of Sideshow, by the way. Oh, yeah. Where did they... Oh, we rattle it off here. Hold on, I gotta make sure the music is paused too. Otherwise, it's gonna start blasting. It's like lagging out. Oh, it's not lagging out. It's just YouTube auto stopping it. Whoever was asking about tens, we talked about it multiple times, but you'd have to go back and rewind on YouTube. $1:47. Oh. Like 1 hour 47. Thank you.
Yeah. Maybe you thought it was a top 10 list.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Wait, Kurt, really quick. Could you give
I love how Wyatt says it so urgently.
Like just like the top few. We don't need the whole thing,
just,
but just
notable
I'll
picks.
give you some
Yeah,
notable picks.
Okay, okay.
So, Paper Thin had Saucy. Guess where he had Saucy?
Fourth.
Number
Second.
1.
Whoa, number 1.
That's a notable one.
He had
Bald
because he's the only
kinship.
Champs Masters winner, presumably, and he's just valuing Champs.
Who did he have second again?
enormously.
Who was it?
He had Meteor at number 2.
Right, he had Meteor at number 2, but then he had...
Sassy, then Meteor.
He didn't have Chronicle above the...
Josh is
Wait,
fucking
we gotta
flabbergasted.
hit his,
Chronicle at all?
we gotta hit his like
No Chron.
top 10.
Yeah, I think we just need a top 10. We just
He
need
didn't
it.
have Chronicle at all. He had Nats. This is starting from 15 to 1.
Okay.
Nats, Mako, Les, Ye, Laz, Kang.
Wait, hold on. Nats,
Les, Ye, Laz.
Nats, Mako, Les, Yay, right? Nats, Mako, Les, Yay.
Starting from 15 to 1. Nats, Mako, Les, Ye, Laz.
Laz was 10. No, 11. Okay, so I was right. Laz was 11.
Kang, Texture, Tens.
Laz, Kang, Texture 10s. Kang, Texture 10s. Look at me.
Boaster, Forsaken, Dirk.
Boaster, Forsaken, Dirk. Oh, I just erased all of it. I'm an idiot. Okay, well.
Buzz, Ospas, Meteor,
Buzz.
Saucy.
I love how that's where... Okay. Nats, Mako, Les, Yay. Laz, Kang, Texture 10s.
Forsaken. Laz, Kang, Texture, Tens, Boaster, Forsaken, Durka.
Boaster, Forsaken, Durka. Dude, this is crazy.
Buzz, Ospas, Meteor.
Buzz, Ospas, Meteor above Ospas. And then Saucy. This, okay. Okay. Hold on, we're going to figure this out. What are we going to figure out, chat? We're going to figure out exactly how this happened. Okay? Listen, I just need to know his logic. I'm going to give Paperthin the benefit of the doubt. We actually disagree a lot in how we view Valorant, but I'm going to assume he had some logic. Okay? We're going to write this back out in order, and we're going to figure this out. We're going to figure out where he was coming from. I don't know why I capitalized Ospas and Buzz. Durka, Forsaken, Boaster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then tens. Texture. Kong Kong. Laz. Yay. Less. Mako. Nats. Is that cursive? No, it's just my handwriting. And if you think it's because I'm writing with a mouse, that's not it. Okay. This is in order. Okay. Okay, first of all, don't focus on this. We know why this is here. 1, 2... This is literally at rank 11, which tells me that he wanted to give Laz a shout out as a Zeta Division player and a Japanese player, and he thinks and I think Laz was one of the best. Like Ye just overshadowed everybody, but I do agree that Laz was one of the better chambers specifically. So like he's giving him a shout out. Don't focus on Laz because that one. Laz is the one player where I'm okay with him not having logic for Laz. I think you're thinking the wrong way. Paperthin mostly would have thought the Pacific players would be underrepresented, so he boosted the votes. Okay, sure. I mean, sure. I don't know in what world Buzz and Mako are over 10 placements apart, though. Oh, yeah, he had less in there, so that's good. Okay, so let's say... Okay, the logic is he's probably a little bit Pacific skewed. Fair enough. Which, by the way, I've sometimes done that, where I'm like, they're going to be underrepresented, so I'm going to give him a bit of a bump here. He's Zeta skewed, so that's why Laz is there. 13 minutes left. Okay, we can figure this out, chat. This is today's Ken. This is our brain puzzle for the day. Where was Paperthin's logic? Okay, so let's... Like, what's a trend here? They're all people who have had pretty deep careers, correct? Right? Like, no one's super recent. They've all had sparks before. Okay, that's a good start. That's a good start. I think I know exactly where I'm going to hit a wall, but we're going to figure this out. Saucy is bald. No, there's no way. There's no way that's why. Isasi is the only Champs plus Masters winner. So, like, if you're counting the weight of trophies, then understandable. Yo, Karopi, how's it going? Sorry, I'm always late to read YouTube chat. So, like, Saucy is trophy weight, right? Like, okay. You know? Okay? Although that's where again, it's going to be the same wall every time. Then the wall of where the hell is Chronicle comes into play. But and then like Buzz top 4 is crazy, man. I love Buzz. I love Buzz. But, like, Ospas has a receding hairline. Meteor covers his forehead. Sasha and Dirk are bald. I think he just took 2022 results. Actually, chat? In the big 2022? I mean, Texture would not be here in the big 2022, though. Oh man. Oh yeah, Meteor and number 2 as well in 2022. I mean, he was dragging friggin' Northampton across whatever they were doing. So he was actually hard carrying his team, and he therefore got them to an international over Zeta division. So that is a big deal, but that is a big deal, actually. Nobody thought that would happen. So, like, that counts for something. I'm doing all right. Hope you're doing okay, Kuro. But, like, okay, so we're, like, Yay, like, we know why Yay, people like Yay and Les would be on certain lists, right? Kong as well. I mean, Forsaken over Boaster, between those two, like, I get. Okay. Forsaken over everybody here, I'm okay with. Although I feel like if you're gonna give Les a shout, I don't think Forsaken is. Well, yeah, the Asian Poets are okay. Yeah, I'm fine with Forsaken above everybody else. Boaster's kind of an anomaly because there's always going to come down. But here's the question: is where the hell is Nats, Sadak, Valen, even Stacks? If you're going to count IGLing that much, right? So that one, I don't know. Wasn't Texture carrying on Dom1 Kia? Yeah, carrying them to what, 2nd place in Korea? When nobody else was even understanding how to play Valorant? I honestly think that, and he wasn't actually carrying all the time either. I mean, he was getting, he got frigging, he was out spotlighted by Chibab on a couple of those matches when they were on the same team together. So, like, while I think Texture is on track to continue to climb the ladder, people love to be like, I always believed in Texture when he was on Dom1 Kia, and I'm thinking to myself, like, I mean, you could have been a fan, but statistically speaking, that was a weird player to know that he was gonna, like, pop off internationally. Chibab, for those who don't know. Which, Chibab is actually short for chicken and pop, which is chicken and rice. The only explanation I can think of is that Paper Thin was at some soju brewery that does. Well, okay, so literally, here's the other thing I was thinking of, chat, is that, like, the only thing I can think of was that he did this on the plane to Riyadh. And he was, like, 2 whiskeys in. Like, and like, he was doing it on his phone, and it's all drop downs, so he was just, like, going through. Duty free. Because, like I said, in a vacuum, like, if you asked me, like, should Laz be in a top 15 greatest of all time, I'd be like, I don't agree. I wouldn't, but, like, I'm okay with some people, you know, having him in 11 through 15. You know, Les, I think, deserves any play. Like, I'm fine with Les almost anywhere on this list for most people. You know, like, there's not a single person here where I'm like, wow, well, they don't deserve to be on the list. But it's just like Chronicle missing is kind of crazy to think about. But, like, Chronicle had to have been forgotten. Where we should put Link on the list. I was surprised you didn't rank him top 15. I can't tell if you are trolling or not. I actually think Link was pretty impactful, a couple like, for very short bursts, but very short, and not at the highest of highest levels. How many? Here's a hot question: how many people from Planchet do you think are secretly watching EWC? I don't know, but I have said this multiple times. I will probably watch the VODs to keep up with what teams are doing, because that pertains to my job, and that's where I draw the line for myself. But not not enough that I want to be actively promoting it even more. No Zekken. Honestly, I do think Zekken's I do think Zekken also kind of suffers from the team he's in and the style he plays, but I've talked about that before. How highly will you rate winning UWC towards the GOAT debate? Not high at all. Not even because, and that has nothing to do with the geopolitical stuff. Winning UWC, winning a tournament that has screwed over so many teams in their prep for the tournaments that actually matter, and then having a weird format all scrunched into a couple days, does not count for me. If I'm gonna count EWC high, I'm counting freaking ACL high and like Red Bull Homegrounds high, and I wouldn't do that. What about regional events? I just wouldn't. I mean, I would count like regional VCT leagues and challengers, but like I would count stage 2. But winning stage 2 wouldn't suddenly put you, like, it wouldn't put someone who's outside of the top 15 into the 15. It would just get you on my watch list. Right? Which is why I was telling people yesterday that if you have Forsaken in 1, because some people were saying Forsaken number 1, if you have Forsaken in 1, then you had to have had him like top 5 or 6, even if they bombed out at Toronto, right? Jumping any higher than that simply because he got his first trophy is narrative driven, like personal story driven, not like impact and performance driven, in my opinion. But if you would have had him top 5 or 6, then it's like, okay, well, at least you're consistent. Like I'm fine with that, but no way you thought I was serious about Link. I mean, I don't know. Some people really liked the way Link played, and I actually think he got underrated while he was playing. But I don't know if he's still playing actually in Challengers or not. I shouldn't accidentally retire people, but anyway, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It does feel like it was mostly just who he. I think this honestly, you know what logic I can actually get behind. Although I am kind of surprised that he would put Buzz over Texture if that's the case. Because I feel like for the longest time, I had to fight within Pacific about rating Buzz higher. Like, everyone liked Buzz, but I feel like I was always the lone one when I was casting to be like, no, I think Buzz has an argument for, like, one of the best duelists in Pacific. And I feel like everyone was always like, well, there's Texture, there's, Jang and whoever. Yeah, but outside of that, honestly, the logic I can see is really just like, if he thought who has left the most lasting impression on me, I can see this list making sense, actually. So that's probably it. And then he probably forgot about Chronicle. And Leo. Actually, he might have literally just purposely left Leo out because Leo hasn't played. And, okay. So, honestly, that's probably it. Although, man, Nats being that low off of that reason is also kind of inconsistent to me. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he just really likes Oppers, chat. Actually an Opper. I think he just really likes Ops. Well, and then Saucy won Champions and Masters, so that's probably that where's something. I don't know, chat. I don't know, man. No, I really do think Paper Thin probably was like, all right, like I got to do this like on the move or whatever. I'm busy, I'm tired, whatever, but I want to do it. I'm gonna think about like who has the most lasting impression on me in terms of what they've done. In which case, I can see it, and then it's like a bit more Pacific pilled than Zeta pilled. I can see that. I can see that. $30 seconds, chat. Oh man, I am so curious. I wonder if Paper Thin's gonna be on next week. That'd be sick. Oh man. Chobra, how highly you know? Okay, chat. If you thought, yeah, why are you leaving Angel out? Oh, he's in the emote. Chat. As we wrap this up, if I were to put one player from the old FPX team of Artis, Sugetsu, Shao, Angel, and Zipan, who do you think I would have put in the top 15? Because there was one person that I constantly kept battling whether I should put them on the short list or not. Who do you think it was? Shao, Sugetsu, Sui, the frozen fish guy. Who's the frozen fish guy? Sugetsu. Damn, no artist shoutouts? Damn, dude. Artist also wrecked his wrecked his legacy, huh? It would have been Shao, actually. It would have been Shao. Sugetsu was close, but to me it would have been Shao. Artist Sage walled his legacy. He just shut it in. That's so good. Oh my god. It would have been Shao for me, I think. But if it was best player, probably Sugetsu, right? Like I think that should tell you kind of where I'm coming from. But Zipan's would be like Zipan's one of those players where I've always wanted to give him more of a shout out, but he always got overshadowed. Wait, what is this? Also for the Everyone's Welcome charity stream, Shio is going to do an eyebrow slip, and one of the other goals is to sell his car. What? What is he doing out there? Do you think any of the Heretics boys could become future GOATs? Rian's maybe, and maybe like a big maybe on Woot, but a big maybe on Woot, because here's where I stand with Woot. From everything that I've seen both in game and then through interviews with both him and his team, I think Woot has a lot of maturing to do. And I don't mean that he's like immature in a negative way, but I think he has a lot of like maturing to do in terms of like what he has to do on a team with the skill sets that he specifically has. But that's like I don't know where I can't gauge that any further without being part of the team and talking to him every day. So that's why I don't know. I have no idea. But if that happens, then then maybe. All right, chat. I think Patatek showed movement toward that material that Woot needs after he moved to Team Liquid. You mean like Patatek showed what I'm trying to express? No, not necessarily. I would argue that who is a player that I think went through a similar change? I would argue Forsaken and Jing, actually. I would argue that both of them went through that change. Actually. Almost 1-to-1. And what I think has to happen for Woot to like become a GOAT candidate with the skill set that he has. That doesn't mean that I think he's a bad player. I think he's still, you know, an amazing player, but so I think that's what it is. Do Sundays Ken? We gotta chat. We have to play. We don't have much time. We have to play Lies of P because I've been taking it way too slow, and then I can't stream like crazy hours because I have to edit all the Nongshim interviews, and that's taking a lot more time than I thought because oh boy, there's a lot of manual work I have to do to edit this out because we were very limited in our resources. So we gotta get to Lies of P. We can still talk. We can still talk about other stuff. But what is this depressing wallpaper? This was this way. Oh my god! What the heck is going on? What the heck? Oh, it's because oh. No, I figured it out. We're back. It's because my Epic Pen was freaking out on top of. It was magnifying my desktop because of the hotkeys overlapping. Anyway, it's so that I can do this, but now I just have the PNG. But we have to do this because I have to double check to make sure my PS5 is connected on OBS. That was funny. Oh, man. All right, let's see. But I am almost... the RB Dombie one should be up tomorrow. I think you're going to like it, chat. Unfortunately, for all of you, for all the English speakers, you're going to have to just read subtitles as you watch. But... where is my... Chat, it's like thunderstorming outside. You know what was crazy today? Literally for the first, like... 14 hours, 12, 14 hours of the day, depending on when your day starts. We were getting constant warnings on our phone about heat wave warnings. And then literally around 4 p.m., it's like flood warnings. And then like certain highways have been closed off because of overflowing rivers and stuff. It has been a bit of a crazy day, weather-wise. Is that Nongshim packet behind you an actual one, or is it fake? It's an actual one. I can open it up and eat it as a snack. Okay. I need to... I don't know why this does this, but I have to adjust my camera position every time. And then I have to adjust our volume. Oh boy. Okay. All right, here we go. Chat, I have to change all my Twitch settings, etc., etc. So we're gonna run some ads, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we're gonna start gaming. We can still talk about VCT stuff, but we just need to go through all this. So we're gonna run some ads. So we'll be right back. You'll do it. Oh, thank you. YouTube should be fine. I think I have it all included. Oh, I guess we have to change the category. I'll do that on YouTube. Okay, mods, if we can change that on Twitch, I'll be right back. 기말 끝나서 드래곤 기다리기 실사 보고 왔는데 오, 실사판 어떤가요? 잠시 화장실 다녀오겠습니다. right, I'm back. Oh, you on the upper hemisphere are on heat waves, me on the south. I'm getting cold. Oh, yeah, dude. So interesting that we have different, like, cycles. 아, 너무 재밌었어요? 야, 원본도 너무 재밌었는데. Crowd control Pokemon Emerald with Sideshow Vast and Shadow and Rematch after. Dude, I haven't played Rematch yet. Who's played Rematch in chat? Should I try it out? You guys are like fighting over the right to write your titles. Okay. Where were we? Oh. We have to... Oh, we were in the underground lab. That is where we were. Should I just upgrade this? I think I'm gonna like it through and through. But I want to upgrade at least one regular weapon. Let's go back for now. I watch people play a lot of Rematch. I haven't played yet. I watched a little bit. Rematch is so good. Really? I'll have to check it out. EWC 경기 중에 네, EWC는 저도 그런 뭐라 그래야 되죠? 이제 뭐 정치적인이라고 하는 거는 틀린 것 같고 아무튼 사우디아라비아와 그쪽에서 지금 e스포츠에 대한 투자에 대해서 저도 마음이 편치는 않아서 제가 중계는 안 할 거예요. 하지만 저도 경기를 아마 다시 보기로 저도 훑어보긴 할 거예요. 왜냐면 저도 아무튼 경기의 흐름과 팀들이 뭐라는지 알긴 알아야 되니까 중계는 할 계획이 없습니다. Just explaining my stance on EWC. Not a game I would play, but enjoyable. Yeah, it does look fun. Rematch is like Rocket League, but with people. Also known as football. That's funny. Not a game I would buy to play. Yeah, I have it on Game Pass, so I should probably check it out. Yeah, I mean... I loved the Mario Soccer, Super Mario Strikers. So like, if it can fill that hole in my heart. Okay, so that dude was asking us to spare him yesterday. Now he's dead.
It's really sad, but there wasn't any way to save him.
Oh, this is... Where the hell do we go? Oh, the elevator was literally just for the shortcut. 방식이 너무... 아, 맞아. 그것도 있어요. 그러니까 사실 그런 경기 외적인 거 말고도 경기랑 대외적으로도 저는 사실 포맷도 그렇고 그걸 위해서 다른 팀들이 제일 메인인 VCT에 대한 희생을 해야 되는 것도 그렇고 좀 많이 뭐 꺼려지는 부분이 있습니다. Alright. Where am I? Like, which side am I on? Okay, well... Okay, got that. Okay, that dude's behind that one. Okay. I figured out where I am. There's the guys on the ceilings. Okay, got it. Oh, hi. Pleasant surprise. Oh, what the f- I thought I was cheating my way into that fight. Okay. Okay, I knew it. I knew there was more. Alright, 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 alright. Okay. There's noises downstairs. What do we think these noises could be? Do you think this opens? Like, how do we get... Have I been over there? Hold on. I want to make sure I've done everything I can here. No. That is blocked off, but that looks like we have to climb up and then... Okay, open that up. Okay. Any easy kills? No. Oh, what the... Dude, these guys have like weird stun block. Wait, what the? There's a further ladder downstairs, but there's a... We can break these boards. Give me 1 second. Okay. Uh-oh. Machine gun dude. And a big dude over there as well. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. No. No. Okay. Okay, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Okay, we are fine. Okay, we're not fine. We're totally fine. That should do it. Okay. Can we open this? We cannot open that. These have all now dropped down, and then we can climb upstairs there. This we have to drop down from the other side. That dude looks pretty angry. But we should be okay. That dude, is he gonna patrol? No. Quickly, quickly. Okay. Ooh, good parry. Nice. Got the back stab. Charge up. Heavy attack. And he's dead. Easy peasy. We opened up the shortcut as well. That's very good. Where's the... Okay, there's the hole. That's the drop down. Okay. Are you Wolverine or Vega? I hadn't thought about Vega. That's a good shout. It feels a bit more Vega than Wolverine, I think. Not that I would be the expert on either. Alright, here we go. Hi. Jeez, that scared me. What the? Why was that so delayed? Oh. Thank goodness for Fable Arts. this is gonna kill him. Come on, we can do it. Good job. Okay, got all the shortcuts. Puppet of the Future's welder blade. Puppet of the Future's welder handle. Why does that sound so interesting? Oh, it's an advanced weapon. But it's fire. Okay, that looks sick. Wait, what the? It's a flamethrower? What the hell? That's not a blade. Wow, the only way to do physical attacks is to actually charge your and do your heavy attack. This is just the basic attack. Dude, that is sick. Oh, we have to respec. What's the skill? Heat up the blade for a strong force stab. Dude. Wait. Okay, now I'm curious. How does that work if I detach the blade? Because it looks like the blade's where the gas comes out of for the flamethrower. Oh, we have to test. Like the flaming sword in Fallout 4. There's a flaming sword in Fallout 4? Man, Fallout's another IP that I like never could get into. Well, this is it's an advanced weapon, aka an elemental weapon, but it's slightly more motivity than technique. But I could adjust that part. I can adjust that part with the crank. I'm gonna test this out. Hey, big guy. Okay, the range is minimal at best. Oh, that burns real fast. And then the stabby stab. Oh. Oh. Dude, it is doing work, and I'm not even advanced spec'd in. It stacks on the elements so fast. Oh, it's a little tricky to use though. Okay, I might have to respec though. Can it reach up here? No. But it does burn them real fast. Haven't I? Yeah, how do I fight this guy? This cell. How do I get to that cell? I am missing something here. Apply burn and then execute with a charge. I'm not actually sure. Yeah, I'm not quite sure, like, where the heavy attack comes into play. But, I mean, it might just be really, this is just for the stun. Oh, we haven't gone down here yet, right? Okay. Okay. We're good. Uh-oh. There's gonna be a... Well, there's a lot of things. There will be a butterfly. We need the claw for that. We gotta kill it fast, and then we gotta fight. Okay. There's one zombie. Oh, nice. You found me. That's good. Uh-oh. Okay. Now where's the butterfly? Nice. Ooh, that was a big one. Full moonstone? We need that to upgrade weapons. What is... Wait, what is it? What does the stream title say? What have the mods been doing? Why are we getting questions about the letter P? Okay, we have to fight this big guy with no pulse cells. Doable? I want to try this so bad, though. Alright, buddy. It's you and me. Oh. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna charge it up with more fire. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Alright, this is not doing any damage. 1, 2, 3. And okay. 1, 2, 3. And oh. Okay. All right, do it. Do the quadra slam. Okay, we're just gonna repeat that time and time again. Oh, jeez. 1, 2, 3, and oh, ooh, that went over my head. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, that was too short. Yes, Leo's not coming back. Can you break its weapon? I probably can, but I feel like that would be worse. He's so slow right now. I feel like I kind of want to keep it that way. I also do wonder if we're ever going to be able to turn this freeze off. I feel like maybe not. I might just have to take the ampules to get down there, but... Your flame lance looks like it charges up your heals very quick. Oh, that might be true. Yeah, I can see that. How did I get there again? Okay, through here, drop, drop. Right, that's what it was. I also should try the Aegis against that big boss. Okay, this thing's kind of OP, I think. I say that as I just burn them through the fence. Oh, you can charge in and then keep flamethrowing them. That's sick. Wait, yeah, like if I run... Oh, you can slide into the flamethrower. That's sick. Okay, it loses sharpness real fast. We have to sharpen it to make sure the fires are as sharp as possible. Obviously. You don't want your fires to be dull, chat. That would be dangerous. You might hurt yourself. Wait, there was an item. Wait. Oh, oh, wait, no, there wasn't. Heretics Mental has gone after Toronto. I mean, we'll see. No, they got time. I ain't giving up on Heretics yet. Actually, yeah, I am, because they friggin' messed up my pick'ems, but... I almost forgot. I said I'm giving up on them. Dude, the slide into the flames is OP. Hello, big sir. Okay, you definitely can't block with the Aegis, that's for sure. You can block that way, though. Jeez. Boom. 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 Okay, that didn't do nearly as much damage as I thought it would. Okay, how are you not getting friggin' stunned or burned? Okay, hold on. Calm down. This dude's like burn resistant. As he gets burned. Man. Jeez. Okay. I'm gonna go upgrade this, though. Wait, okay, I am curious about this. What happens if I change the blade? Like, let's say we need a stabby weapon. Oh. Oh. Wait. Wait, what if... Wait, what if... Because now I can crit. Oh, the range gets shorter too, though. That's unfortunate. It is cool. Ooh, I wonder if this makes it... So this has lower physical attack, but higher fire attack. But it it does charge my pulse cells really fast. But this is much shorter. That would be the problem, yeah? Yes, that would be the problem. Yeah, the blade range affects the flame range, which makes sense. We're gonna try upgrading. Welcome back, Equinox. What's up, Flappy? Oh, yeah. Wait, chat, we haven't been keeping up our friggin' counter again. How many times did I die? Twice? I died twice, I think. I mean, clearly this counter is all sorts of wrong at this point, but... How, people said we're like a little bit of a third in. So we got a little ways to go, which is why I wanted to make sure we got some game time in. Upgrade weapon. Okay. Oh, the fire attack is from the handle? Oh, okay. I'm gonna use a technique crank on this. But that only increases the physical attack. I see. I'm still gonna do it. Okay. Okay, let's go in with a rank 5. Let's see how that does. Let's just put it at 404. When are you on the charity stream, by the way? Please get Egg to have a bowl of the spiciest nongshim. Yeah, that would have been an idea. I'm on Thursday and Friday, I think. I'm on for chat. I'm going to be playing... Does he have the full game list out? Or am I going to be spoiling if I say what I'm going to be playing? Do you think you can beat the game below 1k deaths? Surely below 1k. We're not even at 500 yet. I don't know if I'm allowed to say what games I'm on for. I don't think he has a game list out. Okay, so I will not spoil. But I'm gonna get to play a couple games that I've been quite interested in and never really had the opportunity. I won't have to deal with the big guy. We're gonna wait until he turns around. Okay. I need the... Yeah, I need you to come over here. Or not. What does the backstab look like? Oh. It's just a stab. Yeah, we'll see what we can do for the Nongshim, the Bolo Nongshim. Dude, the slide in is sick. I don't know how practical it is, but it's sick. Hi. Boom. 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 Okay, there's a lot of delay after I'm done, like, using it. So, well, okay. Can you do your, like, run up? 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I was almost stuck there. Okay, that was safe. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We're losing the plot. Oh, God. 1, 2, 3, and make it more fire. Ooh, blue flames. Blue flames are sick. Oh, that hits. That was unlucky. Okay, let me review my amulets. So this seems really good because we can stack that really fast. That seems okay. I think that counts as a carcass. I might want this. We're getting 2-shot anyway. I think the little bit of health isn't going to be a big deal right now. Wrong way. Thank you. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Nice crescent moonstone. We're getting faster. That is good. We actually don't need to kill him. We could have actually probably just ran by, but that's fine. Extra XP for when we finally beat this mini boss. I probably should also have something other than the Aegis, the shield puppet arm, but like the gun one probably works well here. British cuisine is something. I really think I would like authentic British cuisine. I am curious. Whoa, whoa, go away, font. Okay, that was good. One, 2, 3. Blue flame. Nice. Excuse me? Excuse me? 1, 2, 3, and 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. That's our limit. I should have done that first. More fire damage. Alright, what are you doing? Oof. Oof. Where's your 1, 2, 3, 4? Oof. 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 Oh! Ooh. Got lucky on that. Okay, that's good damage. That is good damage. That's good damage. Alright. Alright, we chill. What the? No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no. I just got my heal back. What is a chip buddy? I saw the picture, but I didn't look at it closely yet. I was gonna ask actually at the beginning of the stream, but we had to jump into our top 15. That's 2 deaths. Thank you. Warm up. Yeah, warm up deaths. 5 of them. Is it a, like, it looks like a grilled cheese, but is it a grilled cheese? Okay. We've started not caring about the extra pickups of XP. We're at that point. Traditionally, some British chip sandwich. Oh, chips between a roll. Oh, that sounds good. The first 500 deaths are data. You know what? I'm down with that. Whoop. 1, 2, 3. Dude, this game always favors left, and I don't know why. Okay, well, that was... I knew that was going to happen because I hit my heal, and then I was like, oh, I forgot. He pulls it back. Yeah. Chip as in French fries. Yes. I forget that when you said traditional chips or something. British chips, that's what you said. Although, potato chips sound good, too. Man, I haven't had, like, just regular salted potato chips in a long time. Probably because your weapon model leads to the left. Maybe, actually. But it's just like every enemy, if you're choosing between dodging left and right, you are always better off dodging left. Yeah, maybe it is because of weapon model. Okay. Hello. Thank you. I wonder why the E just doesn't work against this guy, though. Actually, now that I think about it. Or maybe I just didn't do it quick enough? I'm about to test it out. Okay, it does, but it's just... He like, hits through it. He doesn't get bounced back. That's why. Oh, I don't have the ampules for that. I forget what shock does. Okay. Blue flame. The other way. Yeah. And then slam. Okay, that's not cool. No. No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. One, two, three. Oh, he stunned him. Mini stunned. Yeah, this weapon's not going to do much actual stunning. Ooh, that actually hit. One, two, three. Boom! Thank you. Okay. We can get him, we can get him, we can get him, we can get him. No, we can't. That's a lot of range. Three, four, five. Thank you. Whew. Okay. We're carb loading over here. That's probably why I feel like I would like British food. Because I'm a big carb guy. Hi. I mean, you walked in front of me. That's on you. So we opened this. Oh, it opened that gate. Okay. Cool. These are all rooms I've explored before, yeah? Yes. Okay. That big dude over there.
What exactly are the alchemists researching anyway?
I don't think we want to
It
know.
has to be for a cure. How else could they justify such horrifying deeds? Oh,
Wow.
I want to forget what we saw, but I can't.
Jiminy's really grasping at straws here. Must be for a cure. That's the only way you would do such a thing. Okay, I feel like we're not going to turn off the freeze ever. So we are going to go back here and go down and grab whatever that item is. Whew. That thing. There's two of them. This is anti-freeze. That's not what I want. Oh, it temporarily increases freeze resistance. Okay, that is what we want. It's just dropping down is faster from here. Oh, I can't run if I'm in freeze? Wow, that was... Okay, that was like not worth it at all. But now I want to know if I can open this door. It's frozen shut. How do I open that door? I wonder if I can melt things here. Okay, that... Oh my gosh, we are... Wait, that's frozen shut? Where does that lead from? I feel like we had another place where we saw freeze and we should have been able to open it up, but I have no idea. So we're just going to move on. Okay, let's find out what the alchemists have been up to. Let's level up first. We are working on our capacity. Whoa. Okay, that sounds like the legendary stalker, yeah? Wait, Veronique will never surrender. What the heck?
Is that Veronique? Insane.
She does sound insane.
Could be facing off against her this very moment.
Oh, they could be.
I bet
Oh
we can help
my
her.
gosh.
Let's hurry.
I feel like that's bait. I feel like Gemini's baiting us, not intentionally, but just because he tends to do that, I think. But it's a little, over eager. I'm never going to use those, am I? The enhanced detection for extra ergo. Okay, there's that. Which we can't get to. Oh, knew it. That was fishy. Those boards were fishy. Nothing gonna shoot at me? Wait. No, we can drop down there for into there. Remember to switch your square. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Ooh. Oh, hi. Three, four. Any items? Oh, I think that's just from killing him. I was having a 3 hours run in Noita and I choked once and died. Oof, that sounds rough. 3 hours, holy. Whoa, camera. Figure yourself out. Oh, this just drops. Seems risky. Okay, where are we? Oh, okay, it just loops right back. Why is that dude? Oh no, that's his corpse, right? I was like, why is he still there? Okay, there's nothing over there. There's a drop down, but we can walk across on the boards. That's another vent. We passed it for now. Oh. Oh, that one's not alive. Oh my god. That was good. That was good, devs. Oh wait, no, maybe it is alive. Not anymore. Why is this on the very corner? Do you think that's bait? Nope. Black rabbit hole key. Another one. Okay. Probably get the third costume. That doesn't seem like where we want to drop off from, does it? Seems like we want to drop there and there and there. Some runs are 8 hours. Wait, really? That's great. Yeah. Classic roguelike. Maybe not. 8 hours is crazy. This game's got its suspense for sure. Okay, I might have used my anti-freeze ampules too silly-nilly before. Wait, what the? This drops down. That's a loop back. There is a... Wait, there's a box over there. How do we... Oh, you have to drop through that pipe. How... Okay. We have to do that at some point. We're gonna freeze. There's no like anti-freezing to be done here. Never mind. We're not gonna freeze because it's gonna stop right there. Oh, what the? Stargazer. Still so much left to do. Creepy. Okay, so there's 3 ways. This seems like the way we need to be going. So I want to figure out these other... Okay, this loops back. This loops back as well. I sense a maze coming up. Chat. Oh my... Okay, well, the door closed on me.
It's unraveling.
Is it unraveling?
It burns. My mind's ablaze.
Veronique.
Make it stop.
Oh, Veronique, calm down. Oh. 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 Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh my god.
Leave this laboratory for the sake of craft.
Wait, but she's the boss of the sweeper. Wait. I'm confused on my lore. Veronique is apparently the boss of the sweepers? Why is she... What is going on here? Okay, I feel like the flamethrower is not the way to go because she's really fast. But we'll give it another shot.
All left alive will freeze here. This is where we die.
Okay, that doesn't... They don't stop bosses, so the... Damn, she's a sick boss, though.
Alchemist bastard!
Okay, well...
Leaves this laboratory for the sake of craft.
Oh, she thinks we're an alchemist. I think that's what's going on. I mean, I don't know if the claws are any better, to be honest.
It burns! My mind's ablaze! Make it stop! No one leaves this laboratory for the sake of craft.
This is gonna be a tough one. Oh, no, I know what I need to do. I know what I need to do. Yes, 3 deaths. We haven't died in a while, so I forgot. Thank you. We gotta get acid back in the game. Oh, we have to upgrade this, though. Okay. And then, yeah, that still works. Honestly, the repeated strikes maybe we don't do, but...
All left alive will freeze here. This is where we die.
Okay. Calm down. 0 hits, by the way.
Alchemist bastards! What did your drugs do to me? No one the sake of Krat.
Holy. Okay. All right. Okay. I think we just have to. I don't know. The dodging seems like it's going to be risky because if I accidentally double dodge, I think I'm screwed. So I think we have to get back to perfect guarding. Oh my goodness. I almost lost my precious 2700 ergo.
All left alive will freeze here. This is where we die.
Dude, that thing's so fast, that attack.
No one leaves this laboratory for the
Holy.
sake of Krat.
Holy.
Advance! My mind's ablaze! Make it stop!
Okay, the worst part about the spear
I
is
must hold on!
we are... I thought I blocked that. I have to break this hammer. And there we go.
Alchemist bastards! What did your drugs do to me?
Boom. Okay, nope. Oops. Nice, okay. Okay, calm down. Your new moveset.
I must hold on! No one leaves this laboratory.
Not sure if
for the
that's any
sake
better.
of Krat.
The answer might just be crits again. I think the hammer breaks pretty easily, so I think the acid isn't
All left
needed.
alive will freeze here.
She's very cool. She's very
Where we
different.
die.
Oops.
No, I must hold on.
Ow. Uh-oh, what is that? Oh. That was free hits. The shoulder slam.
I must hold on.
Yeah, that. Okay, not that. Oof.
I must hold on.
Ugh. Oh, get stuck. Thank you. Okay.
Alchemist bastard! What did your drugs do to me?
Okay.
No one leaves
Oh,
this
dude, that
laboratory
shoulder slam is.
for the sake of craft.
You see the infectious seeping. I think it should be the acid debuff. We haven't used acid much, so we probably haven't seen it much. But if you get the acid debuff on them, they start like oozing out acid. But I don't think I need the debuff, so we're gonna go back to having. Honestly, I think the claw, because the claw has better. Honestly, you can probably get some good counters in with the Two Dragon Sword, actually. Hold on. Right, okay.
My mind's ablaze! Make it stop!
Okay, nope, just kidding. That was too early.
No one leaves this laboratory
Hey,
for the sake of craft.
Okay, alright, here we go. That might have been two. You're right, you're right. Actually, that was 2 deaths.
Make it stop!
Remind me after this one. There we go.
Alchemist bastards! What did your drugs do to me?
Okay. Okay. Ow. The run up is fast. That was late.
No one leaves this laboratory for the sake of craft.
All right, got the 3 deaths in. All right, all right. Ooh, look at the bugs on the ground. Okay, I think if I can consistently only not get greedy, just use the counter on the ones that.
Where we die.
Okay, not. I feel like I can get that one and I can't. Okay. Oh, that's not the move I thought it was. That's the one I thought it was. Okay.
Alchemist bastard! What did your
Nice.
drugs do to me?
That was. Oh, that was a fake out and a half.
Alchemist bastard!
That was
What
early.
did your drugs do to me?
Nice.
Alchemist bastard! What did your drugs do to me?
Oof. Oh, what? How did that not block? Nice. Oh, the overheat.
Don't lose reason, Veronique.
What is this?
Don't give up. Don't give in. Leave this laboratory.
What is she doing?
For the sake of craft.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Holy. Right on, No Void. Have a good one.
All left alive will freeze here. This is where we die.
Okay, that was a good block. That was a good block. We're catching on. Nice. Ow. Dude, that is... The shoulder charge. Okay. Well, not like that. Oof. Too early. Up too late?
For the sake of
Ay, ay. Hey, amigo. How's it going? Chobra be like, I owe you an apology. I wasn't familiar with your game. I mean, I think at this point I've accepted that I'm not familiar with any of these bosses games.
This is where we die.
Okay, that was greedy. Okay. Good. Okay, not bad. Ooh, bad.
Alchemist bastards! What did your drugs do to me? No one leaves this laboratory.
Dude, the recoil when you get hit is so long that it makes you freak out. I didn't see Nongshim's game. Nongshim didn't have a game. Nongshim's not playing in any tournaments right now. Nongshim's next match will be on the 15th, the opening day of Pacific Stage 2.
All left alive will freeze here. This is where we die.
I figured I shouldn't have done that, but... Okay, now I'm messing up those timings because I'm used to trying to counter it.
For the sake of craft.
Yeah. I do think if you can like get used to not double tapping dodge, I think like dodging around them is probably the answer, but well, I'm too scared to try to learn that. If you double dodge, I think the delay on
Make it stop.
the roll would mess you up. Okay, I'm confused on which is which.
I must hold on. No one leaves this laboratory.
I blocked it.
For the sake of craft.
Oi, 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 oi.
All left alive will freeze here. This is where we die.
Okay, here we go. Okay, that's much quicker than
Leaves this
all of those are
laboratory
quicker
for the sake of
than I
craft.
thought. I'm not that tired today yet, but I'm afraid we're gonna have to stop before I beat this boss. I'll probably only stream for 30 minutes to another hour. Oh, but I feel like this boss, because I'm not that tired, I feel like I should be able to beat it. And that be the end of stream. But
Make it stop!
okay, not bad. We took a lot of guard damage.
I must hold on.
Oof. Ooh. Oh, what? Okay, perfect. Okay.
Alchemist bastards! What did your drugs do to me?
2. Okay, she stops if we're not close enough. Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's not fine. Dude, the delay. I keep thinking I can just do another action after I get hit, and I can't. Upsetting. Upsetting. So far, though, bosses have been cool. Of the DLC. Quite difficult, but quite cool.
My mind's ablaze!
The first one we just normally block.
Make it stop!
You can get the backstabs, I was wondering. Oh, okay. Well, now my suspicion is correct. Now my suspicion is correct. The dodging is better. I thought I stood behind them before and I didn't even see the marker. But you can get the backstab. That simplifies the idea a bit, in theory. Doesn't make it any easier. But that means whenever they do those slams, the flamethrower, etc., we should always go to the backstab. I don't know if when she's, like, supercharging it on the ground, she might be, like, immune at that point, but...
This is where we die!
Huge. Big discovery. Okay.
For the sake
But everyone has a plan until they get it. Hey, what's up, Dark Knight? Hope you're doing all right. If not, hope the rest of your day goes better.
My mind's ablaze! Make it stop!
Dude, what the? I got stuck on her elbow. What the heck?
No one leaves this laboratory for the sake of craft.
That was way too fast.
My mind's ablaze! Make it stop!
There we go. Nice. Oh, no.
Alchemist bastard! Who did your
Dude, what is that? What is the tracking on that last hit? Okay, we go again. We go again. We go again. And again. And again.
This is where we die!
Why? See, it's so... Okay, well that... okay. It is inconsistent. Like, there. Where's the marker?
We must hold on! No one leaves this laboratory! For
She
the
must have a
sake of
really
God.
small hitbox for the... Because I didn't notice it the first, like, 5 runs as well. She must have a really small hitbox. Most of them have really big hitboxes, but... To the point where, like, you, like, run past it.
All afterlife
Oh, I guess that makes them
will
small.
freeze here. This is
Why?
where
I don't
we
know.
die.
You have to do it from her... Okay, from the other side. From the non-weapon side.
Alchemist bastards! What did your drugs do to me?
Yeah, you have... Okay. I see. Okay. I wonder if it's better to try to get used to running around the right side then. What the... What? I just did 3 hits while the marker's there. Are you serious? Jeez. Okay.
No! We must hold on!
Okay. We broke it. Oh, really? Oh. Walls, or back's against the wall. Her wall's against the back. Her back's against the wall. Okay, come on. Boom. Okay, sharpen.
No! I must hold on! I am
counter?
indomitable! Bear the pain, Veronique!
Okay.
Never surrender!
Oh, okay, we survived the combo. Oh, now it's flaming hot.
Veronique will never
Ooh.
surrender!
Well, you don't need to surrender. You just need to... Hey. Oh, okay. Oof. That was a bad sequence. Oh, that's... I have to run away from that unless I think I can combo the entire sequence. Community vote be whack AF. What's up, Yissel? Community vote wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, though, was it? It wasn't that bad. Community had what? Osmos at #1, right?
All afterlife will freeze here. This
Okay, I feel like we've made some good
is where we
progress.
die.
And now that I've said that, we're going to pay for it. Like that. No, that's not the shoulder charge.
No! I must hold on!
I... you have to run. You have to run. You have to run. You have to run from that as well. Although the wind, if you're close, the windup is so small. Durka at 8th. Durka at 8th was, but on it, I'm not surprised. Like, Durka at 8th is the minimum I would have expected from community. So I'm okay. That's why I'm okay with it. I mean, like, you can't possibly be expecting the community to have, like, a... I mean, also, it's a collective vote, but, you know, like an actual good take. So, dude, okay, that's so buggy. I saw the marker. Like, what? That was annoying. What I don't agree with is that Forsaken hasn't been elite for a long time. I understand your argument with the random bad coves, though. A bad cove is like a bad flick, which happens. Well, no, see, the difference is, I would say that Forsaken's been an... Okay, I don't... Dude, the marker not hitting is so annoying. Like, it's glowing. Why doesn't it hit? Anyway. Yeah, but the difference is that I would say that Aspas, when he's peaking, which is more often than the community gives him credit for, is like an S tier, whereas I would say Forsaken's an A+ tier until like this year and, you know, once or twice before at tournaments. I think that's the difference. But then he gets extra points for flexing. But to me, that's the difference. Because, like, if you're telling me Forsaken's mechanics, etc., were S tier, then I think he should have carried either more finals or to a trophy before. Like, purely off of that. And he didn't. And, like, yeah, maybe unlucky meta, etc., but, like, that's the thing. Aspas did that in, like, metas where it wasn't built for Jet or whatever. Oops.
Alchemist bastard! What did your drugs do to me?
Okay. She knows we're gonna backstab. Okay. Good. I don't know if this is better. Yeah, we can't greed that. Oh, this is our chance. Boom. Okay.
Never surrender!
Okay. 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 Very good. Boom.
I am indomitable.
Oh boy.
Bear the pain
Can we
for
run
me.
around from this?
Never
Kind of.
surrender.
So scary. Where's my backstab? Thank you. Oh, flamethrower.
Veronique will
Okay.
never surrender.
Oh, okay. She knows. Dude, that's insane. No! Oh, come on. Up against the wall. Oh, that was too early.
For the sake of God.
I always think it's less than what the community gives it for, to be honest. For who? I just can't give it to a pure duelist? I mean, okay, but is that just because you think duelists get too much credit for kills? Because I think what Ospas is, like, I think the stats Ospas is accomplishing in the manner that he does on the teams that he's on is, like, unique. Right? And we can disagree on that, but that's where I'm coming from. I'm fine with people not wanting to overshoot duelists' priority just because, like, they're naturally going to get more frags. But I would argue that Ospas, like, makes those frags a lot of the times. I mean, he also, like, he's had, like, for instance, like, when Kawanzine first joined the team, he had a lot of, like, direct support. That's also true, but I would argue that he's often creating those frags himself, whereas a lot of other people are getting a lot more hidden help. Not that Ospas has no help, but again, I think there's a difference in the type of priority help you're getting. You rage queued into Valorant?
Hold on.
Big mistake.
No one leaves this laboratory for the sake of craft.
You think Ospas has a lower bar? I think that's... Let me ask you, how bad do you think Ospas was at Tokyo? Because that's how I'll decide, in my opinion, if someone is correctly gauging, like, if they're logical bar or not.
Make it stop!
Dude, what? It's so annoying. Sometimes I get it. Other times I don't. Oh, and we're cornered. Thanks, camera. Thanks, camera.
Laboratory for the sake of craft.
Because at Toronto, it was really bad, but in relation to the results argument, I'm not following. What do you mean which?
This is where we die.
Unless I misspoke, because I'm not prioritizing like results directly. Well, they're not my number one priority. They matter, but.
No, I must hold on.
Okay. Okay. Oof. There we go.
I must hold on.
Oh, I thought I was too early on that. Okay, that was too early. Too late, I mean.
Alchemist bastard! What did your drugs do to me? No one.
Laboratory. Like, you see, Forsaken should have carried the results more. But it's fine. No, I mean Forsaken. Like, if you think his mechanical peaks are just as high, I think Forsaken should have closed out the finals that they lost. Like, individually speaking, not as a team.
All left alive will freeze here. This
Otherwise,
is
I would
where
say,
we
on
die.
average, I rate Osmos's mechanical ceiling, like, average higher. Like, that's, I'm working off of that basis, right? I'm not working off of the basis that they're similar to begin with. But, so for you to convince me that you think they're
Leave
similar,
this laboratory For the sake of Krat.
He did, but that's the thing. Aspas did. I would argue that Aspas was a huge part of them lifting the trophy. But then he also made teams succeed by focusing around him and single-handedly did that. Whereas I would say that Forsaken wasn't always that part, even of their big runs. Like, for instance, I would say their Champions run, Jing.
Make it stop!
You know what I mean? Not that Forsaken was, like, trolling, but I would say that that wasn't on Forsaken. Like, even not winning the trophy. That's already one of the good results that they had. That I'm stuck. That if I was to pick anybody, in fact, that would be one of the few cases where I would actually very confidently give like one individual a lot of credit on Paper X, whereas normally I think that is a team where that is difficult. And that would be Jing in that year or that tournament. Gotta go right on that one.
No, I must hold on. No one leaves this
So dumb.
laboratory for the sake of Krat.
But I would say that, like, I don't think Forsaken was very apparently the crucial reason they won until recently. I think it was always the entire Paper Rex. In fact, I said this before on stream as well, but I would say that a lot of times Forsaken was actually throwing away their
For
leads.
the sake of Krat.
I mean, and that's fine. That's the discussion I would like to have, but I would argue that I am not that inconsistent because I actually firmly believe that Forsaken is overrated in his past. I 100% think so. Just because Paper Rex was so dominant and because he was the face of Paper Rex, I think people really overrate his past performances.
Make it stop!
I actually think he was ruining a lot of the advantages they had early on because of his antics and his stubbornness to like ego peak things.
Alchemist bastard! What did your drugs do to me?
Oh, that's gonna... Okay, that doesn't hit me. Okay. That one's too fast. Okay. Okay. Oh. Got a free hit. Okay, so when they're stunned, they do the full knockdown. Okay, that we'll just have to wait out.
Alchemist bastard! What did your drugs do to me?
This got... We have to be able to counter that. I have to learn to counter those multi-hits, I think.
For the sake of Krat.
Transposing NBA arguments too, since you bring up the team around them. Forsaken didn't have another teammate in top 10, unlike the others in top 5. No, but I think Aspas clearly proved in the other rosters that he was the winning difference. Not just on Loud. Even if the other teams rosters didn't win tournaments. But even when Forsaken wasn't winning tournaments, I wouldn't say that Forsaken statistically proved that he was the winning reason. I mean, I'm not arguing against the fact that Forsaken's always been very important to the team, but not in a, like, until now, I would say not in a greatest of all time sense. At Toronto, I would 100% agree with that argument. Oops, I forgot there was a third one. Ooh, I thought that was late.
No! I must hold on!
Oop.
laboratory. For the sake of craft.
3 rounds and 6 skills. Nice lightning. Like, personally, I would put Forsake, like, the part, I actually don't think anything before Tokyo helps Forsaken in my head.
All left alive. Well,
And even
freeze
after that, I don't think
This
Forsaken
is
was
where
like
we die.
the winning factor until Toronto recently, and even then we're counting a lot of outside of game things, which I'm fine counting for like discussion, but not as much for a list.
No one leaves this
Right.
laboratory.
But I think we have to start with that. I think anything before, I don't think Forsaken was the like standout that got them all the way there for Copenhagen. I don't think so. And Copenhagen's the only one that comes close before Tokyo, in my opinion.
Left alive. Well, freeze here. This is where we die.
Because before that, you were dominating SEA, but I mean, individually speaking, you were not dominating internationally. Like, people love to harp on Osmos, like Tokyo and stuff. Osmos Tokyo wasn't even that bad. It's just bad comparatively to expectation. But if we're gonna do that, like, Forsaken has had some very disappointing international performances, I would argue.
Alchemist bastard.
Oh, that's the wrong move. Oh, wow, lucky. I keep forgetting I can't do that.
No. I must hold on.
Oops. Ooh, good block. Nice. Nice.
Don't lose reason, Veronique.
Oh. Okay.
Don't give in. Not to them.
Oh. Nice.
Veronique will never surrender.
Oh, I thought I was up. I couldn't see myself.
For the sake of craft.
Man, I really need to scrap the data to have the standings overall readily available. I mean, that's fine. But here's the other thing is that I'm literally saying it's not about, like, the stats actually don't matter as much for me. But I would say that if people are going to argue about Ospas not always having the best stats, which I think is also overblown other than Toronto, which he was actually, like, one of the worst players, statistically speaking. I'm saying even the stats I don't think necessarily lean that way. But to me, it's, again, about the impact. Like, that, you missed the beginning of the stream, but basically, literally, impact matters the most for me. And then, like, trophies, consistency, and then obviously if you're close, like, I'll compare stats, etc., etc., etc. So, to me, until recently, Forsaken was not the reason they were winning, regardless of kills or, like, positions. So, just so you don't think I'm hating on it, I think Forsaken's the reason they used to win Pearl a lot. I don't think it's the Phoenix. I think it's whenever he was lurking on Killjoy. Obviously, they don't play that anymore now, but that's like one map in that one meta, right? I don't think a lot of the other times he was the reason, but there are times when I think his antics lost them a lot of leads they should have kept until recently.
Alchemist bastards!
And again, that doesn't mean it's every game. I'm just saying more often than not in the past versus now. I forget that she chases through on that. Oof, good hit. Boom. Please give me a heal. Thank you. 아, 라기님 안녕하세요. Okay, we wait. Backstab. Easy.
No! We must hold on!
Okay, watch out. Do something I can parry easily. That was not it. That was not it either.
Leave this laboratory for the sake of craft.
But I think honestly, to me, it's funny that you think that you're arguing for inconsistency, because to me, I would argue that you and I are both being quite consistent in what we are valuing. We're just valuing different things.
All afterlives
That's where I would stand.
freeze here. This is where we die.
Although, you know, if you were to then argue, like, again, that you think Forsaken should be number 1, then I think that's a little inconsistent. But, you know, if you're just arguing about the gap between the two, then I think...
Alchemist bastards! What did your drugs do to me?
What?
What? Leave
Oh
this
my
laboratory
gosh.
for the sake of craft.
Your last statement is good and consistent. No, but I'm saying under my logic, if he had closed it out, that's what would have made the difference of impact. That's what I'm saying. Under that logic, if he would have closed it out individually, like if he's the one who closed out that, or if he's the one who, like, got them over the edge of important matches, then that would have changed, that would have overcome me not thinking he's elite the years before. That's what I'm saying. That would have changed my mind, because it would have trumped what I think of his earlier years. Right? Because that would have convinced me earlier that he would have been the impact guy. I think this is the trouble a lot of people have, especially if we're joining part way through the conversation, etc., is that
Bastards! What did your drugs do to me?
like, we had this happen earlier as well, where people are like, yeah, but you just said this, and it's like, right, but like,
For the
that's
sake of
regarding that
craft.
specific thing in the whole picture. I'm not saying that the trophies or whatever is the only thing I'm counting. Why would Ospas still be elite? Because he was still literally, in my opinion, the lone reason that he was making differences on the roster he was. Or he was turning teams I didn't expect to be in playoffs into like top 3 teams. Right? And in my head, that was him making that happen. Okay, that was way too early.
No one leaves this laboratory for the sake of craft.
To me, that's, I mean, I don't know how that, like, obviously, because here's the thing, is that my priority is not scientific. I have a relative order of, like, impact, legacy, consistency, etc., of, like, order, but it's not scientific. So, like, to me, to argue that it's, like, inconsistent, I think is bold. Like, you can tell me that, like, oh, like, but what about this number and that number? But it's like, I'm not even thinking that he had, like, better numbers per se. I did look up, if I thought that someone was really bad, I did look up those years and then confirm if they were actually that bad or not.
This is where we die.
But the other thing I will say is, does Forsaken suffer a little bit, or does anybody on Paper X suffer a little bit from the Fnatic problem? Of, like, you're always surrounded by greats?
What did your drugs
Sure.
do to me?
That's possible. Like, I think I probably underrate the Fnatic players as individuals most of the time, more than they deserve. Right? I admitted that earlier when we were having discussions.
For the sake of craft.
And that's fine, but personally, I also just think Ospas is overrated as a whole. Right, but okay, but like that's where you're coming from, right? Like that's fine. But to me, it feels like this is why I'm asking, because to me, it feels like you're more focused on bringing Ospas down and like therefore finding inconsistencies rather than, you know, just saying that you disagree with that. Like, I think that's the big difference to me. Like, for me, if, you know, if someone's argument is, oh, but, like, I value the flexing a lot more, and I think I would rather value someone being A+ for 5 years over someone being S for, like, a year and a half, and then A for a year, then it's like, okay. Like, then you would have Forsaken at much higher. You would have him in, like, top 3. But I don't have that standard, but I'm not going to tell you that I think your standard should, like, is inconsistent and should have Forsaken lower. Holy crap, common text seems forgotten. I'm okay with. I actually don't credit text as much. But I also wouldn't have anything against anyone giving Tex and Calm their flowers. But I mean, again, we're talking like, you know, that's like people saying like, wow, you like don't like DRX players just because they only had RP, or like, wow, Munchkin seems forgotten because he's not in the IGL discussion when we're talking about Boaster. And it's like, I mean, we can only talk about so many players in the top 15.
No one leaves this laboratory.
But again, that could, I mean, that's again, like, if someone had Calm in their 15 and it's because you think like the one moment to moment impact is a bigger deal for you, then I'm okay with that. Right? I just wouldn't. I don't have that priority. I do think Calm and Text get more forgotten than, well, Calm maybe not so much, I think. In the general consensus, I think Calm is balanced in how people remember him. But I would say that Text probably gets a little bit grace. But I don't think that, you know. Okay, can I get out of here, please? But I don't think that's also, I don't think that takes anything away from Ospas. I think it's more, to me, it's more like a, you know, they deserve a shout. See the red? Oh, what? I had that. Oh my god.
Alchemist bastards!
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, we went to great extents to try to explain where I'm coming from and my consistencies. We talked about it for 90 minutes, so if you would like to check that out, then, you know, you can do that. But I will also say that for anyone even watching the VOD, if you're not going to watch the full 90 minutes, like, carefully, then save your breath, because you're gonna stop at one thing and be like, well, that's inconsistent. It's like, well, you didn't actually put the whole puzzle together, so, you know.
All left alive while Freeze here. This is where we die.
Dude, I can't. How did I get that backstab once? I forgot she does that after that slam.
Alchemist bastards! What did your drugs do to me?
Oh, that was greedy.
Leave this laboratory. For the sake of craft.
Who is this enemy? I don't know if I know her from the base game, but her title says she's the leader of the sweepers. It basically, what I'm guessing though is that it sounds like she was the leader of the sweepers, who were part of one faction of the stalkers, but she has been experimented on, and now she's like trying to just keep everyone trapped in here in her last grasp at sanity to save Croc. That is what I can tell you. Wrong combo. Was thinking of the wrong combo.
Alchemist bastard! What did your drugs do to me?
So dumb. Oh my. What? How does that not hit? What? How does that not do the assassination? So silly. So silly.
No one leaves this laboratory. For the sake of craft.
Scrandal has taught me that British food is always actually true. Feels like that's a staple now.
My mind's ablaze. Make it stop.
Oh, I know. It's because whenever she moves her shoulders, it changes her hitbox. That's insanely sensitive. What? That's crazy. Okay, so we actually just have to spam it as we run up.
What did your drugs do to me?
Thanks. Okay.
Alchemist bastards! What did your drugs do to me?
Oof. Where is my... Oh my goodness.
I am indomitable! Bear the pain! Leaves this laboratory.
Okay, I always just ran left and we were okay, but I guess not that time. Might have started at a bad angle.
All left alive will freeze here! This is where we die!
Okay, well now I'm not sure when it pops up. Oh, no fire breath? Okay.
Alchemist bastard! What did your drugs do to me?
Okay.
Hold on! No one leaves this laboratory. For the sake
Frustrating.
of craft.
Frustrating. Ay, ay, ay.
where we die!
Okay, we got 2 in there this time.
Leaves this
Ooh, that was really quick,
for the
no?
sake of
The
crime.
wind-up's usually bigger on that. What the heck? It's like she saw me charging my heavy and just decided to slam down faster. I mean, that's surely not the case, but that's what it felt like.
It burns! My mind's ablaze! Make it stop!
Okay, if you do 3, it stops. Okay. Not bad, not bad.
No! I must
That
hold
was
on!
early. Oof, that's the easiest one too. Okay, there is this. No, I even got it while we were just talking once. But I've gotten it once before that. So that's why I'm confused.
Alchemist bastard! What did your drugs do to me?
Okay, that. Oh, you are kidding me.
Don't lose reason, Veronique!
Okay.
Don't give up! Don't give in! Not to them!
There we go. Oof.
Don't lose reason, Veronique! Don't give up! Don't give in!
Nice.
Veronique will
Okay.
never surrender!
Okay. That's fine, Veronique. We're not asking you to surrender. Oh, what is that stun on the shoulder check? What the heck? Oh my goodness. Ah, yeah.
Laboratory
Hey, we got to
for the
50% though.
sake of craft.
I will take that. I do think if I want to use the sword, I should be upgrading it more, but like I don't think I want to commit to it long term. I do wish that. I wish games either reminded you just like. I mean, I guess not, but because as far as I know, it's limited. The full upgrades are limited, so that's why I'm torn on what I'm gonna fully upgrade or not. There we go. See? There you go. There's the frame perfect max out.
Alchemist bastard! What did your drugs do to me?
Okay, I guess maybe I can't do the heavy counter on that? Because it seems to just crush me. Feels like it's a crushing hit or something.
No! I must hold on! Don't lose reason, Veronique! Don't
Wow,
give up.
already?
Don't give in! Not to them!
my backstab. Where's my dodge? What the heck?
I am indomitable. Bear the pain,
I tried to
Veronique.
dodge the last one.
Never surrender.
Okay, how does that? I did the double dodge there. How does that not count? I'm taking burning damage and I don't have ampules. Okay, so it seems like that third hit has like a really weird hitbox. Because the double dodge should have gone through it. But the timing like caught me before the second roll, but it feels like the hammer was still in the air. Like I think it registers before the slam happens. It's weird. I mean, I don't know. I got the block this time, but
I must hold on.
didn't get it that time. Oh my goodness, wrong item.
Leaves this laboratory.
It doesn't reset when you
For the
die.
sake of Krat.
Don't know why I forgot. Probably because I almost never actually swap items when I'm dead. But I think the win condition is just telling her what the drugs did to her. I mean, if we could speak. Which is funny because some of the like dialogue choices, they respond as if you did speak, but I'm pretty sure like canonically we're not supposed to be able to speak.
Well, freeze here. This is where we die.
Okay, we're getting that 2 times in a row though. That's a feel good moment. That's not a feels good. How did that not register as a counter?
For the sake
What?
of Krat.
What? The worst part is I don't feel that I'm messing up because I'm tired today, but I'm running out of time for the stream. Oh my gosh. Yes, we are a Freeman.
My mind's ablaze.
No, it's not because I have to edit. That's why I can't stream for much longer today, but I'm saying I don't, it's not that I'm tired today. Normally I feel like I'm like at my wit's end for the stream, but
No one leaves this laboratory for the sake of Krat.
I probably will have to pull all-nighters to edit all the Notion videos, but we do the old turn off stream one shot at I mean yeah, worst case that's what happens. It's just like, you know, because I'm not that tired, I feel like I can. Unless she has like way more moves in the last third of her health. Like we've seen all her moves now, I think. Because I haven't even seen that many like different combo switch ups. Okay, not bad.
No, I must hold on.
Not bad. Oh, I thought I was out of range, but I guess not. Okay.
No, I must hold on.
That one's always so hard because she like shoves you against the camera. Nice.
Don't lose reason, Veronique. Don't
Okay,
give
start
up.
here.
Don't give in. Not to them.
What the? What? What? Dude, what? There we go.
Veronique will never surrender!
That was bad. Oof. Thankfully we didn't get hit by the red hit. Okay. That one. That one's the one that gets me every time. Okay, the shoulder charge actually just breaks you out of stance. What the? Oh my. I'm gonna die because I greeted those. Never mind.
I am indomitable. Bear the pain, Veronique. Never surrender.
Okay. Nice. I don't understand how that... I don't understand. Yeah, I don't... Dude, that one counter, I don't know... Oh my goodness. How many Nongshim vids are there? There will be 4, but each of the recordings is an hour long, and I have to do a lot of manual editing for camera shots because we were limited on resources. So it's a 1 camera, well, 1.5 camera shoot, but therefore a lot of cuts to keep it not like super stupid static. Okay, that time I know I was late. That time I was late.
For the sake of Cross.
What is it? 11:50? Okay, we got a couple more tries. We got pretty close on the second to last one.
All left alive will freeze here. This is where we die.
Good start. Even got a little bit of extra damage in there on our damage rolls. Nice. Bold. Oof.
Alchemist bastards! What did your drugs do to me?
Okay. Oop. That was early. Okay. Redeeming.
I must hold on.
Boom. Okay. That was early? Are you serious?
Alchemist bastards! What did your drugs do to me?
Okay.
I am indomitable. Bear the pain, Veronique. Never surrender.
Okay.
Never surrender!
Flamethrower. Yeah, that's fine. Come on. What the heck? Okay. Okay. Not bad. Ah, you can't guard that shoulder charge. You have to either dodge it or perfect block it.
Don't lose reason, Veronique! Don't give up! Don't give in! Not to them.
Oh my goodness. Okay, thank you. Go up. Okay. Oh. Nice. And we got the fire. Where's the thank you. Okay. Oh, here comes the combo. Oh, the fire damage. I was waiting for that. Woo. Oh wait. Uh-oh. Do you think there's a phase 2?
Forgive me. I did terrible things to you.
Okay. Why does she have a Skyrim moment? About what happened?
Drug. Their cure. It twisted my mind. I put you in danger. Please, I beg of you. Nothing must leave this place.
Okay, but whatever happened to Leah then?
Cursed lab.
Oh, you can see the little
Cursed beings.
whatever you want to call those bubbles on her arm. That's crazy. She's turning into a carcass.
A test subject. Created from the legacy of the ruins. The two-faced overseer. It cannot be allowed to live. Do me this one last favor.
The two-faced overseer.
If you mean that red-headed stalker, she did pass through here. Back
Oh.
when I could still think straight. We were rivals once. I'm done. Head to the coast. Find Leia.
Salute.
I die as I lived, without regret. Remember me, Veronique of GOAT.
Damn. This letter shall stand as my last will and epitaph. Wait, so you're saying this furry is also in the... Who's the furry? What? Her? She's not a furry? Many stalkers are collaborating with the alchemists in their vile human experiments. The shameless... Oh. The stalkers are collaborating. I cannot stand by and watch this betrayal. I plan to put an end to their treason. I leave this final message for my comrades who have pledged to join me in this attack. None of us will survive. I am truly sorry. Okay, so she knew that you had to, like, go big or go home. What? It's not... I mean, yeah, I get... Maybe it seems more like a mountain ram than a sheep, but... I mean... it also has wires, so I assume... Well, actually, no. All the stalkers have animal masks. Everyone has animal masks in this game. The black cat, the red fox, Alidoro. Wait, she was not in the main game because, well, she's dead now. Oh, does this unfreeze everything? Finally. DualSense controller going crazy. I don't even know if it picks up on the mic. But nice. Okay, so now we can go explore this part. Did we get anything else from her? These we got earlier. Disc. Weapon? New weapon? Tyrant. Wait, no, that... Wait, we've had that, no? We got the blue sheep's... Oh, it is a sheep. Gold on the horns is peeled. That's so sad. That's depressing. I like the fit though. Like I like the rugged look. Any DualSense applications? No. Well, I mean, I think they, you know, there's like minute rumble differences, but unfortunately not. Dude, the triggers just don't get used as much as they should be, I think. Okay, let's explore a bit before we hop off then. Since we actually did beat it. Hands are realistically really loud.
Fought until the bitter end. But even if we could have helped her, it was far too late. At least her suffering is over. I hope she can be at peace and rest now.
Okay, this is a whole nother cave, so we're not gonna explore that. Let's just explore that other frozen path and room before, and then that'll wrap it up. Yeah, I feel like the DualSense's capabilities have kind of been forgotten, which I think is a shame. But, I mean, oh well. Yes, well, you missed the flamethrower, though. We should actually bring it back. How do I get up there? Dude, I'm missing so many... There's so many paths I feel like I've been missing. You missed the old flamethrower. It's sick. You can, like, do a running flamethrower. It's amazing. And then you can get blue flame hellions on this thing, if we can build up enough of our skill bar fable here. Kami, I have to say, I actually don't know if Kami saw that. Most of us were freaking out. Slide. I think the slide is so funny. I think the slide is so funny. Yeah, Kami was gone, unfortunately. Unlucky. Legion Calibur. Calibur. Before you eventually, are there any more deets on the charity plat? Well, so I don't think it's officially a Platchat thing. I think it's officially a Sideshow and Bren thing. Although I do think Kurt's helping out. Like with graphics and stuff. And then I know I am on Thursday and Friday, but I don't know if like Sideshow wants to keep the game names like purposely a surprise or not, so I can't say. Whee! But it's it should be just like every day, pretty much the whole day or whole night for us, whole evening. As far as I know, he's got like games planned out for the whole week. Earlier he said he would be open. He said he would be open to trying Uma Musume. If that tickles your fancy. Wait. Where the hell? Okay, we're in a hole. Okay, what the? I just wanted to. I thought it would just loop back after like one treasure chest. Where the hell are we? Okay, that dude's got a flamethrower. Oh, do you see me? I think he kind of saw me. Uh-oh. Stamina. Is there one more? Oh, the butterflies. We missed... What? I thought I got... Oh, I don't think I killed the first one. I mean, whatever. I don't think I'm going to collect all the butterflies. I think we missed like 2 before as well. Oh, did you not catch the Sideshow League stream before with Doug? It was insane. Oh, he's got a freeze thrower. Ow. But you're dead. Okay, maybe not. Where's the burn down? Oh my god, it ends right as he's about to die. The stagger on this thing is OP. But, like, the bosses don't even... The stun buildup is rough. But for mobs, this thing is freaking golden. Oh, that's a free shotgun. Whoa, 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 when does yours end? Okay. Yeah, Sideshow's League experience was real bad. Easy mode. Would you have the patience to coach Sideshow on League? Yeah, I mean, I would, but I actually don't know if the knowledge I have is still applicable to the game. Okay, this is all a new area. What the hell? Wait, where does this lead? This is a shortcut back. Back to where? Where we just came from? Where the hell? Where the hell is this? I am so lost. Okay, this is the very beginning. This is the very beginning. I don't remember exactly where, but this is the very beginning. Okay. Oh, dude, he's got two, like, whatever. What would you call these types of weapons? He's not throwing them. They're not chakrams. Chakrams? Flamethrower does not seem like a good idea here. And also these test tubes don't seem very promising. Okay. Oh, multiple rolls. Okay. Oh, of course. Of course you do an unblockable at the end. Oh my goodness. Ow. Lollipops. We had 11,000. I have to go back and get it. I have to go back and get the... Dude, I don't even know what the fast way to get there would be. Ugh. Annoying, annoying, annoying. Very annoying. Nope, we're not gonna try the butterflies again. Okay. Boom. All right. We just run it through. Hopefully they don't fall all the way. We say hello. Ugh. What is that tracking? Okay. Okay. That does stun him a bit. Come on. Oh my gosh. Alright, here come the blue flames. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's not good. Blue flames. What is that reach, man? Oh my god. Hey Kratos, how's it going? Who's running that event, Yissel? Oh my god, I can't believe I got caught up in exploring this area. I didn't know it'd be a whole, just another friggin' adventure. I have to hop off here. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's not like we took the time to explain everybody's actual criteria in full, and even if we did, I would say not even 30% of the podcast listeners would actually listen through all of it, unfortunately. That is just a sad reality we live in, but hopefully, maybe some people amidst this discussion will actually, change how they think about things. Nice. The Ignite series, guys. Ah, I see. 3 days of training into match. I think that's reasonable. Just to, like, test the waters a bit. Okay, you didn't follow me before, so what is your problem now? Are you serious? Goodness me. Okay, one of the other guys broke out. Ow. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, broke one of them. Broke two of them. And we got the heavy stab. Oh my goodness. Whew. And a heavy stab. Thank you. Oof. Okay, are you guys gonna pop out too, or is it just a select few? Can I get to a save point? Like that would be fantastic. Wow, Paragon. Thank you. Finally. You know, it only took... We actually died twice. 355 deaths or whatever, 65. La Vendetta. Oh, Sliggy and Minnie are doing it. That's cool. I wanted to try to... What is this? Strengthen Explosion. It's a motivity one. Explosions temporarily occur from all weapon attacks. Oh, it's a blast weapon. Ooh. Looks interesting. It's like a club. Ooh, it spins. Okay, I assume if it hits something, those explode. That's cool. I wanted to do like a little corrode thing before Pacific Stage 2. But it didn't work out. I was gonna have like Nongshim goods on the line, like ramen boxes and stuff. And try to arrange just something simple online just to get that type of content going. Because I feel like Pacific could have a lot more of that. Where's my flamethrower? Alas, it was not meant to be. At least not this time around. But maybe again in the future. It was a bit of a rushed request that I reached out to people, so I can, you know, maybe in the future I'll try to plan things out a bit more. Okay, where do we think... Where I've lost my bearing. I think this way to get to a save point? Or not? Oh god. Oh, definitely not. What the hell? Oh, hi. Okay. It's been so long since I was in this area that that's supposed to be a shortcut somewhere, but I just can't remember what the direction would have been. I think it's this way, though. Unless it's before that? No, I think it's this way. Oh, right. These guys have friggin' flinch immunity when they're charging. Right, okay. I think it has to be the tunnel below somewhere here. Hopefully we can recover this. 20k is a lot. Okay, that door is closed as well. Dude, this place is a maze. Really? You're gonna start running? Ooh. Oof. I think this is it. Yes. This is it. Okay. Goodbye. Okay, so that's the way we go if we want to... Well, I guess that area was solved then, I think. I don't know. This place is a maze. I might have to look up a map, to be honest, because we like have so many days in between that I can't remember. Well, I guess I know how to get forward. I just think there's like 1 or 2 more areas that we haven't unlocked in this place yet. But let's level up before we forget. That'll give us more defense and more weight, so we can use whatever we want. We can upgrade weapons, etc. later. Not bad. I mean, we beat the boss. We didn't have to stop at the boss. How long of the main game do you have left? In my memory... I want to say 3, maybe 4 areas, but the last area is kind of long. I think it's 3 areas, but the last one is kind of long. Well, actually, it's probably best to say 3.5 if I remember correctly. So a little ways, and there's some big bosses left, but we've got a lot of DLC left. I think we still have probably half, if not more, of DLC. So that's why we're trying to get through it so we can actually finish before stage 2 starts. This DLC being long, well, yeah, that's what a lot of people have said. Also, just because like you'll also have like weapons and stuff that weren't originally designed for the main game and such. So like the bow, I think probably makes certain things kind of trivial. This probably makes some of those areas trivial. So the flamethrower. So I can see that, but works out for me. That'll be it for today, though, chat. I think we're going to sign off here. Going to see if I can... I mean, I will be finishing the Dombie and RB video, and so that'll be up tomorrow at some point. I will have to sleep a little bit, so, like, I can't guarantee a time, but we'll try to get that done. So, I will see you all tomorrow, hopefully, after everyone's had a chance to listen to RB and Dombie talk about stuff. Valorant, Ramyan, Stage 2, Neon, etc., etc., etc. Spoiling the whole video. And then we'll continue on with Lies and P. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. If you missed our discussion around my top 15, you know, you can go check that out. It's at the beginning of the VOD. Let's see. There's not too many of us left today, but I'll send you guys over to no, not a Lies and P giveaway. What? Is Shio still streaming? He is. Oh, he's part of the Pokemon race. I did not know that. Well, go say hi to Shio. Say hello for me. Go enjoy the stream. It's part of the Everybody is Welcome charity stream thing. So go say hi, enjoy the rest of your night, and I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good one.